Someone pick a topic and add it to perspective. Fail does not bring up new topics and he does not provide new information. That combination right there is what annoys me about the channel. Isn't this just going to set up
It's a chocolate rice porridge.
Ooh, that looks good.
Do you remember this as a kid, Mom?
Yeah.
Champorado? How did you guys used to make it?
It wasn't in there. It wasn't in the thing.
You don't remember? You didn't watch them? I would have watched, man. I think I remember somebody making it with like a brick chocolate.
like cooking chocolate.
Maria.
They put coconut milk instead of regular milk.
Different, right?
Coconut milk.
Okay.
But it's the same rice, right? That sticky
The
rice.
sticky rice.
The sweet. Yeah, the
make
rice
it
is
like,
sweet.
You make it like
Put a lot of sugar on it. What kind of sugar do you use? White sugar or brown sugar?
actually they use
Creamer.
coconut sugar.
Oh, that's healthy too. It's like caramelized almost.
You know, actually, the food we eat in the Philippines, we're like, it's all natural.
Yeah, it's organic.
You know that?
Yeah.
The one that, like, that one, the chocolate, I mean, the chocolate is cacao.
Yeah, it's real, right? It's like a brick. I saw it too. That's what I saw before. I saw someone make it
It's
with a
not
brick.
chocolate.
No, it's
I mean,
real.
Yeah,
It's
the
real
cacao.
chocolate. Like,
And then the milk is coconut milk.
yeah, they don't use any animal milk. It's all natural.
It's probably like cooking chocolate or
Yeah, everything
Yeah,
is
it's
organic.
like a
man.
dessert.
They weren't even trying to be organic, but it's organic.
It's organic.
Yeah, naturally.
Because that's how we get
There's no
the
other way to get those
product.
processed things.
I mean the
Yeah, they do it
ingredients.
themselves.
It's there. It's
Yeah, it's
being.
all what you have around you.
It's being what do you call it?
They use a coconut shell even
It
for
grows
fuel.
there.
Yeah, that's their charcoal at the end.
That's where it grows.
That's how you take advantage of like your surrounding resources.
yeah.
The sugar is
It's a natural
yeah.
from a tree. You're not processing it. You're not, because that's much healthier than the cane sugar. Cane sugar is bad for you. The coconut sugar is safer. Even the coconut oil, all that is safer.
Yeah.
And they just had to use it because they couldn't afford the other type of oil. They couldn't buy, like the processed stuff that we get.
Oh yeah, coconut oil is like really organic compared to like vegetable. Oh my god.
It's not, no, this veggie oil, this is not organic.
Yeah, that's like
Ours is all processed.
they get the extract like or something like that from the
There
vegetable.
they do it differently. It's a different process. But they use a press, I believe.
Yeah, with coconut oil.
They even make alcohol, tuba, from the coconut trees. They collect like nectar that falls off and ferments, and it's tuba.
The coconut makes a lot of
It
stuff.
makes so many things. It's such a
It
wide
makes
variety.
they could
You can
use
drink
it for-
live
coconut.
off of it.
for hair.
Oh yeah, coconut like
To, like clean floors too. Even make
Yeah.
it. Oh, you'll be nice to go.
for like face like
You have to wax your. To clean the floor,
yeah.
to make it shiny.
Yeah, it really works too, right? That one's the best thing to use for like hardwood. Everything always goes back. Like organic things become expensive. It becomes fashionable. That's weird.
Yeah.
It goes back in time.
Coconut.
They realize what's the safest thing is what they used to do for humans. Everything else is processed. You're dealing with a process.
Synthetic.
Synthetic, yeah.
Oh.
Because there's always a point in time where corporations try to just juice the most money out of things. You know, all they're doing. So they go away from the healthy things and more of the quick things. But eventually they have to go back to the healthy things. Because people won't get those quick things anymore.
Although there are several other aspects that make it clear that this is a cheap knockoff, the two main characters that splurge money kind of bring
You know, when you let UV in, put his collar on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's gonna come in. Put his collar on right when he gets and when UTP's him, we can take it off again. That's in 15 minutes. But just wait till it goes. Don't worry about that. I'm not going through. There's still hot dog there too, Devin.
No.
Yay! It's Doobie.
why is that? They're just saying it's bad. Now, I like at this point, you know that's what I think it comes down to. Vale is adapting the channel and making short video. He goes in a video knowing and I think we have a terrible channel practice. I think time doesn't matter. I just I think consumers should take as much time as they need to collaborate on their audience. Just as long as they're adding new evidence on the However, let's give a few more examples. As I referenced earlier in this video, take a look at it. Morgan Street Networks has more damage and there's home to Nickelodeon. However, instead of criticizing the thumbnail and title, let's look at the actual content of the video. First up, it's a Cleveland show called Craig and the Thru. Not a whole lot specific about the show, although we do know the basic plot details. It's set in a kid utopia cartoon world where what Craig and his human friends travel through soup forests, dirt bike ramps, and more. So, let me get this straight. Outright admitted that not a lot of details are known about the show. However, still put in the video. So, you think a show that we know almost nothing about is going to help face the network? Now, even giving Phil the benefit of the doubt that there genuinely wasn't that much information out, that's still no excuse not to elaborate, speculate, try to give an in-depth analysis based on the current information, or the best option, wait until there's more detail. If there's so little information out there that you can't even do anything,
Homophobic church evicted for threatening violence. They're threatening violence against gay people. That's horrible, bro. That's fucking horrible.
You just don't include it in the break video. All it really says is that it looks good because the writers were on Steven Universe and it's not a comedy show.
It's an adventure comedy series, which is something pretty interesting. Looking at the picture for the show will give you huge Steven Universe vibes, and that's because it's created by two people who worked on Steven Universe. They were both writers on some pretty good episodes, so I think it's safe to say that Craig of the Creek has potential. It's a breath of fresh air for...
Guys, I'm gonna go and cook a burger, okay? Well, I'm gonna use a special ingredient, okay? How much fat is in burgers? I'm gonna probably look at the back of the burger thing to see how much fat is in the burger.
Any of the other Cartoon Network shows, thinks this will be a cool adventure series instead of just a comedy. Of course, I could be wrong and this show won't end up doing well, but from the location and the picture, I feel like the premise is interesting. It's still something to look out for, and you should at least give it a chance.
Since I covered one of the shows in this Cartoon Network video, let's look at the Nickelodeon one.
So first up, we have a cartoon called Welcome to the Wayne, and that is coming out later this year. I don't know exactly when because all we got was 2017. And we don't really know much about the show itself other than that it takes place in a hotel. But if you look at the style, it's something refreshing, it's different. It looks like it has some potential, and we need new big shows. We need original stuff. Because over the last few years, we've just gotten a bunch of recycled garbage and randomly funny cartoons. And really just not even funny, as I've said before. And that's why I think this show is going to be good. Welcome to the Wayne. Look out for it later this year. Again, I don't know the exact details, but you can look it up and find the details and some clips on it.
There's so much wrong with it. I don't even know where to start. First of all, once again, all he says is that it looks different. Now, I'm kind of glad he's making a speculation here, but he doesn't really elaborate on speculation at all. This right here is all he says about the show being different.
But if you look at the style, it's something refreshing, it's different. It looks like it's
Alright, time to make the burger. Let's get the camera. We alright? We alright? We alright? We look good? We look good? We look good? Yeah. I think we look good. I think we look good. We look good? We look good? Oh shit. The mic got tangled. Oh shit, the mic got tangled. Holy crap. The mic got tangled. Hold on, wait. Does the mic still work? Okay, hold on. Be right back. can I do to spice up this burger? Let's see.
Nobody said Jimmy, right? Right. You see Jimmy eat everything? Ooh, not the pepper. Oh, is it on fire?
Yeah.
Did you see him eat doggy food or no? Not yet, right? Didn't you see him? Somebody fed him? Do you know? You didn't see him eat? Oh, he's right there. Look for my baby.
Oh, I haven't seasoned it. I need to take off the oil seasoning.
You guys going today?
Oh, no. Well, I know she wanted to watch the fire, but
Which part? What?
she wanted to watch the Mustang.
Well, watch the Mustang.
With the car wash.
Careful when you're using that on the pad. Don't put too much on the pad. Okay. After way too expensive. Let him get his piece. Yeah, put their burgers in. Oh yeah. Is that thing like yeah. Okay. There's hot water for you. Satisfied and feels the sugars and oil. Oh yeah. Put on the plate here, grab a plate. built all over Europe. Be careful. Oh, this. Okay. Let's put it down, Jordan. I don't know what you're adding to it. Only made for food. That's all right. Yeah. Is that going to work from frozen? Should be frosted. Yeah, it's fine. Do whatever you do. Let's fix the burgers and let's keep it burning. That's what they're done. Put that in the fridge. Get up now. How's it go? Good.
next time on Flow-Thru's Kitchen, I will be ejaculating into a pan and cooking it and eating it. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. Doritos. Remember guys, if you want something done, you gotta do it yourself, okay? Look at how amazing this is.
constantly tagging and tweeting about him all day and he never responded. I even made a Twitter video in the morning as soon as I found out about it. Good morning, world, and all who inhabit it. Good morning, world, and all who inhabit it. My name's Noah, and welcome. Thanks for watching. And
Look at the burger I made. It's kind of burnt, but it's okay.
Stay tuned. See ya, bye. Well, it seems that Vale has the exact same intro, outro, and video idea as Noah. One day after his SpongeBob review. Just want to throw that out there. And on top of that, several other people were making videos on the situation. So, after all of these videos, how the frick can you ignore something like this? Finally, late at night.
Nothing but hard work in the kitchen. Am I right, guys? Yeah. Yeah.
Even at that, he made a very poor response. He explained it was supposed to be a parody, and Noah tells him to make a short video explaining it. I think that is completely 100% reasonable. It upset Noah and a lot of fans, so a video clarifying it would be a completely reasonable request. If anything, the fans need that video because a lot of people lost respect for Vale over this. So like a normal, respectable, rational person, guess what Vale does? He makes a video. He ignores the tweet. It's been days later, and he still hasn't responded to Noah's tweet asking if he's gonna make a video. So, let me get this straight. You make a video parroting someone's intro and outro, gives them a grand total of 0 credit, so a majority of your fans have no clue what you're parroting, and then when you're called out for it, by the person who you're parroting and several other fans, mind you, you don't even make a video clarifying or apologizing? Come on, Vale, we're not even asking you to take down your review. We just want a 5-second video of you explaining. This upset Noah a lot, to the point where he made a video on you, and you just make 2 tweets about it and ignore the rest? You didn't even address Noah's video. What about all the other tweets about it made by multiple other users, including myself? What about the other videos people made on you? What about the loads of comments in your video calling you out? I mean, right here. Here's a string of no less than 8 comments calling you out. Even if you don't care about Noah, which is a little bit freaked up, at least care about the people who want a video from you explaining this. Dale, a 1-to-1 with you and me. Like I said earlier, I don't think you're a bad person, even though some people do. But you've clearly made some mistakes here. Firstly, don't manipulate your fans. Instead of playing the victim card and whining about views, you could spend that time improving your video quality, thinking of better ideas, or doing something actually productive. That video only hurt you in the long run, because it showed that you can be pathetic. Don't just sit there and cry because your numbers aren't as high. Stand up and actually do something. Secondly, just upload a freaking video clarifying the situation already. It can be a video in text. It can be 5 seconds long for all I care. But just make a video already. This upset loads of people, and it would show character if you just upload the video. And tell you what, if you do eventually make the video and give Noah a shout out, I don't know what the angry fans are gonna think, but I'll personally forgive you. Now, ultimately, I plan to just end the video. However, there's one more thing I decided to cover. Bill has made a lot of videos, and I think that most of his videos are bad. However, they're mostly around...
This burger is amazing.
Not many
This is
videos
Flow
take
Thru
out
Burger
the same
2.0.
as others, with a few exceptions. However, I want to cover one specific video. This video was so bad, I was even considering doing an entire response video to it.
Modern SpongeBob is complete garbage. Now when I say this, I know for a fact that there are a bunch of people who like it. But if you've watched every old episode from seasons 1 to 3, and you also watched almost every episode after the first movie, then you would know how bad SpongeBob has become.
Bill Skibum 94's worst video.
Modern SpongeBob is complete garbage.
Well, what a way to start off a freaking video, isn't it? Imagine if I just started this video off with Bill Skibum 94 is complete garbage. According to Vale, that's a great opening right there. I did a class in my freshman year of high school about public speaking, and my teacher always said, open with impact. Well, this motherfucker definitely opened with impact. Now didn't he? People are gonna remember his video, but not for how good it is.
Now when I say this, I know for a fact that there are a bunch of people who like it. But if you've watched every old episode from seasons 1 to 3, and you also watched almost every episode after the
Oh my god, that tastes
you
good.
know how bad SpongeBob has become. become. I hate it when post-movie SpongeBob haters use this argument.
If you disagree with me, then that just means you didn't watch the old episodes.
Now, I know he didn't outright say that, but it kinda has the same effect, especially considering some of the things he says later in the video. And since this is mainly addressed later in the video, I'm gonna wait until later to address it. However, something that really bugs me here is that he tries to treat his opinion like fact. He said, and I quote, "You'll know how bad SpongeBob has become."
Then you would know how bad SpongeBob has become.
Dude, it's an opinion. There's no way. There's only believing and having your own personal beliefs.
The creator Steven Hillenburg thought that the show had its magic and the movie was supposed to be the complete end. However, a new creator came in and basically ruined everything. It wasn't just a new creator though. It was a bunch of new writers that changed the show for the worse. Now there's so much terrible stuff to say about modern SpongeBob, but I'm just going to go into a few points so this video isn't extremely long.
You keep saying the show is ruined and it took a turn for the worse and all this, but guess what? He hasn't given us a single reason why. Although to be fair, this intro is probably one of the better parts of the video because the arguments he actually comes up with are terrible. However, this part can be easily edited out because all it does is waste time. However, I love how he says he doesn't want to keep the video long. Yeah, because summarizing several sentences of a show into a 5-minute video is totally fair, isn't it?
New SpongeBob tries way too hard to be funny. There aren't really any adult jokes anymore, which takes away from the quality of the show. Seasons 1 to 3 were perfect because they were for people of any age. Kids would laugh at all the stuff SpongeBob and Patrick said. Their parents would be next to them laughing.
MLP. There's like shows like MLP doesn't have adult jokes. Like there's so like just because a cartoon has adult jokes doesn't mean it's like Gravity Falls. Yeah, it might have adult jokes, but it's like there's shows that don't even have adult jokes and they're the best. I don't get that argument that adult jokes, if a cartoon has adult jokes, then it's a good cartoon. No.
Wait, stop. Replay that audio.
Because the people that say that shit, like, the cartoons, I mean, it's weird when people say that.
I need to hear this again.
There aren't really any adult jokes anymore, which takes away from the quality of the show.
Okay, this is
It takes away from the quality of the show when there's no adult jokes. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm not adding anything. This is a sentence from beginning to end that he says in the video. There aren't really any adult jokes anymore, which takes away from the quality of the show.
There aren't really any adult jokes anymore, which takes away from the quality of the show.
This has to be the single worst line I've heard from any of Bale's videos. First of all, SpongeBob is a children cartoon. It's not supposed to have adult jokes in the first place. You criticizing SpongeBob for not having adult jokes is like me criticizing Rick and Morty for not having fun fart jokes. Now, you guys might say that analogy doesn't work because Rick and Morty does have fun fart jokes. Well, that leads on to my second point about the statement. Post-movie SpongeBob does have adult jokes. You know, I would give you some examples, but instead, I'll let Bale give you some examples.
Heard I've been put up with cataract surgery too long. No, Mr. Krabs. It's that time of the month.
Okay, that didn't work at all.
It only seemed to increase their appetite for wieners.
We need stronger tactics.
Right, something that would make Mr. Krabs' whole wiener thing blow right up in his face.
Yeah, blow up.
How'd you like to taste my tentacle zapper, Man Ray?
Hello? So, what are you wearing?
Oh, and by the way, this is me editing out all the jokes for season 9 and 10 included in that video, just to be as fair as possible. But yes, Bale made a video talking about adult jokes in SpongeBob. In this video, he included
Oh my god, this burger is amazing.
from post-movie episodes. And this was months after.
I'm sorry, I was watching this video. Guys, making that burger was amazing. I literally just did it like it was nothing, period.
How did you not see the problem here? I didn't even need to disprove your point this time. You just did your job for me. Thirdly, and probably the thing that bugs me the most, he says that it takes away from the quality of the show. Okay, you know what? Frick you, Rick and Morty. is good because you don't have kids jokes. Vale, do you see how ridiculous this sounds? You're saying a kids show is worse for not having adult jokes. But what makes it even worse is that post-movie SpongeBob does have adult jokes. And to even add the cherry on top of this crappy sundae, you yourself wanted these jokes on.
It's nothing compared to the previous three. I feel like SpongeBob slowly turns into just another stupid crash grab show. One that seems like it'll go on forever because mindless kids will watch it and laugh. Kids nowadays grow up with new SpongeBob, they laugh at the really dumb jokes, and basically that's what keeps the show going. This show turns more into the generic trashy kids cartoon that's just like most other bad cartoons.
Oh my god. This is just a mess of him not giving any reasons on why the show is bad and just saying it's bad. Vale, once again, need I remind you you're the one worrying about time?
Now there's so much terrible stuff to say about modern SpongeBob, but I'm just gonna go into a few points so this video isn't extremely long.
See, when you repeat yourself so much to the point where you're not even making a new point, this is what we call the magic of editing. Editing your scripts, editing your audio, editing your video, any way you slice it, this should have been edited out. And by the way, insulting the fans of the show by calling them mindless little kids,
I feel like SpongeBob slowly turns into just another stupid crash grab show. One that seems like it'll go on forever because mindless kids will watch it and laugh. Kids nowadays grow up with new SpongeBob, they laugh at the really dumb jokes, and basically that's what keeps the show going.
that's really freaking low. At least you can make the argument that earlier in the video he didn't directly insult the fans of the show, but there's no justification for this clip. I don't like post-movie SpongeBob either, but just because someone doesn't agree with me, I don't call them a mindless little kid. Now, someone could argue that Vale isn't saying that all the show's fans are mindless little kids. Only the ones that stay off the internet and watch TV all day. Okay, let me ask you this question. Where's the audio clip of Vale saying that? Where's the clip of Vale saying that he isn't talking about all the fans and are just talking about some of them? I've seen the entire video more than once, and not once did he say or clarify this. All he said was that you can comment below your opinion, which isn't addressing or justifying what he said about the fan base earlier.
Another terrible part of SpongeBob is something that I don't think any of you guys can go against. The show can go way too far, and if you don't know what I mean, then you're about to cringe real hard. There's an episode called The Splinter, and it's known for making its viewers cringe, in a terrible way. Basically, the plot of this episode is that SpongeBob gets this huge splinter, and he must get it out of his foot. It sounds pretty dumb as a story, but when you see it in action, it's completely awful. The episode is filled with unnecessary, disgusting moments that shouldn't be in any cartoon. SpongeBob went way too far with this concept, and the fact that it was a full episode only proves my point that the modern seasons are just terrible.
So let me get this straight. You used one episode to, and I quote, prove your point that the modern seasons are terrible.
And the fact that it was a full episode only proves my point that the modern seasons are just terrible.
You used one episode to generalize, once again, several seasons. This equates to over 100 SpongeBob episodes. Depending on how many seasons he's talking about, it could be 200 or 300 episodes. He's not exactly clear on what season he's talking about in this video. At one point in the video, he says he's talking about season 5 onwards, and at another point, he's saying season 6 onwards. But anyways, by your own logic, I can just upload this segment where I'm criticizing this video, forget the rest of the points I made in this video, and then say that your entire channel sucks because this one video is terrible. In the same way, it's completely unfair to say your channel's terrible by this one video. That's completely unfair to modern SpongeBob. Instead, I criticized many of your videos to show why your channel's terrible, not just one.
It's called One Course Meal, and it's about how Plankton is scared of Mr. Krabs' daughter, Pearl. When Mr. Krabs dresses up as Pearl and tries to scare Plankton, it gets really dark. Plankton can't take it anymore, so he lays on the street and asks what's the point of going on. So this episode just turns suicide into a joke, and while that can work in some adult cartoons, it's never okay in a show like SpongeBob.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Play that again!
So this episode just turns suicide into a joke.
Turned suicide into a joke? How in the world did you go from him laying himself in the road as part of a plot point to turning into a suicide joke? Now, I will admit, I've had a similar speculation about this episode. I'm not faulting Vale for speculating that it is a joke. I think it's a reasonable and logical question to bring up, and one of the episode's many faults is that it's not clear on that. But what I am going to fault him for is that terrible transition and Once again, no explanation. He doesn't explain why it can be interpreted as a joke. He just says, so this episode turned suicide into a joke. If he framed it as a question, like, is this episode turning suicide into a joke, then maybe it could have worked. He still would have had to provide more evidence, but hey, still better than how the video currently is.
These are only 2 instances where the show went too far, but there are a ton of others that are just really disgusting and pointless.
So, let me get this straight. You claim the show is terrible, you give one example, the Splinter. Now, you give another example, one course meal, and you say that there's a few others. Hey guys, Bill's videos, Modern SpongeBob is complete garbage, and the Ultimate Teen Titans Go Rant are terrible. Therefore, because of those 2 videos, his entire channel is bad. And by the way, there are some other, bad examples, but nobody cares that. Giving proof? Nah, I won't do that. Just take my word for it. By the way, guys, I heard that Vale has a secret fear of clowns. Don't worry about how I know that. I just do. Frick evidence.
Patrick acts even dumber, and it's not the funny kind. In the old seasons, he was actually smart in some cases, but he was also the funny kind of dumb. He did hilarious things, and everyone quotes what he said back in those old seasons. But now, you really can't remember anything worthwhile he says. What he says isn't funny anymore because of the writers deciding to change him into someone incredibly stupid.
A statement that has no evidence behind it can be countered with no evidence. Well, by that logic, I can counter this entire video without any evidence, but just for fun, I am using evidence. Since Vale said he thought Season 4 was okay, and Season 9 hasn't finished airing at the time of that video, I'm only gonna use 5-3. Spy Buddies, Roller Cowards, Sing a Song to Patrick, The Donut of Shame, The Battle of Bikini Bottom, Krusty Crushers, No After Pack, Sandcastles in the Sand, and Chum Bucket Supreme. Those are just a few examples of memorable appearances Patrick had in post-movie episodes. And heck, you can even make the argument that even a bad episode featuring Patrick is still memorable. For example, Heads to the Past and Yours, Mine, and Mine. Even though most people think those episodes are bad, Patrick is still memorable in them. He is memorable for how bad he was in those episodes. I don't like post-movie Patrick, that's clear. But that being said, I think saying he's not memorable is a giant leap. Now, remember when I said when he called post-movie SpongeBob fans mindless little kids? It wasn't exactly the worst example of him insulting the fans. It's getting to be about that part. Strap in, folks.
If you're a defender of new SpongeBob, there's a lot of things to ask. I would assume you didn't grow up with the old seasons. Even if you weren't alive when those came out, you could still go back and watch them. If you enjoy modern SpongeBob, I would assume you're pretty young.
Oh my god. Okay, I am seriously sick and tired of people using this argument. I have heard it time and time again, and this looks like an amazing opportunity to address it.
You didn't grow up with pre-movie SpongeBob, so that's why you like post-movie SpongeBob.
Now, before I address it, I want to clarify a few things. I have seen every episode of SpongeBob, I did grow up with pre-movie SpongeBob, and I don't like post-movie SpongeBob. So I'm not going to be defending myself. I'm going to be defending other people. Firstly, Vale. Since you used the argument, I'm going to be asking you the questions. Vale, let's say someone has not seen a single episode of pre-movie SpongeBob. For the sake of this example, I'm going to call them Person A. Then they went marathon post-movie SpongeBob and liked it. Let's say they had 3 arguments for liking it. The characters were likable, the comedy was good, and the stories were enjoyable. Now, let's say you come along and use the argument.
You like post-movie SpongeBob because you didn't grow up with pre-movie SpongeBob.
Now, Vale, quick question. How does this argument disprove any of Person A's arguments? How does saying
you like post-movie SpongeBob because you didn't grow up with pre-movie SpongeBob
disprove any of the 3 points? The answer is, it just doesn't. By saying this argument, it doesn't address any of Person A's arguments. Instead, it goes after the person and not their argument. Instead of using this blanket argument that addresses a grand total of 0 points, why don't you actually tackle their argument? And heck, if you want to get technical, kids, this is what we call a red herring. A red herring is basically something that distracts from the issue and doesn't address the situation. Now, some people could argue the reason they liked the comedy characters and plot is because they didn't grow up with pre-movie SpongeBob, and obviously that's just ridiculous. If an episode is good, regardless of what season it's from, it's a good episode. If a season is good, regardless of what show or era it's from, it's a good season. You don't need to see both to enjoy the other. SpongeBob isn't a show like Steven Universe with continuity. You could just pick up a random episode and watch it.
Also, I bet some of you guys
glad
are
I got that
in
off
the
my
comments
chest. I
telling me
just
that the
hate
newest
this
season
argument
is good
so
because
much.
the original creator, Steven Hillenburg, is back. Well, yeah, he's back on the show, but not the way he was previously. While some of the modern episodes are watchable, they are nothing above average. I've seen all the new ones, and they really can't compare to anything that we got before the first movie.
And now on to another one of Bale's famous contradictions. This is the two episodes can't really compare to anything we got before. But guess what? About 6 months later, he made a video saying SpongeBob is getting better. So, what was the point of this video anymore? You just completely flip-flopped and contradicted yourself now. Oh, by the way, Bale, since you like modern SpongeBob now, by your own logic, you are a mindless little kid.
I feel like SpongeBob slowly turned into just another stupid cash grab show. One that seems like it'll go on forever because mindless kids will watch it and laugh. Kids nowadays grow up with new SpongeBob, they laugh at the really dumb jokes, and basically that's what keeps the show going.
Just want to, throw that out there. Now, you could argue that more episodes of this season were out and it changed his mind, but in the course of 6 months, that's not really that many episodes. Also, if he did change his opinion, then why is this video still up? I feel like if he changed his opinion, then this video shouldn't be up and it should be taken down. If it's still up, then I feel like it should be open to criticism. But hey, he ends the video off with another famous contradiction. I don't even feel like I need to explain this one, because it's a direct contradiction in the same video, not a future video. So instead, I'll just play the clips back to back.
While I do admit that Season 4 is alright, it's nothing compared to the previous 3. In my opinion, Seasons 1 to 3 in the first movie were golden. Seasons 4 to 5 were decent. Then the seasons after that were terrible, with a few good episodes randomly appearing, such as Back to the Past and Enchanted Tiki Dreams.
If you think about it, this video has all the points I brought up against this channel. It had a very clickbaity and attention-grabbing title. It was jumping on the bandwagon of everyone criticizing modern SpongeBob. Which, might I remind you, it was very late to that. It was a short video with very underdeveloped arguments. He exaggerated many things, like Patrick not being memorable and the adult jokes. This video showed zero improvement. It is actually way worse than his average video. And he does some very scummy things, like calling out the fans. Vale, please, for the love of God, or Neptune, or Kami, or whoever the frick you worship, never, ever, as long as you live, produce a video as bad as this one.
I like cartoons, so I make videos on them.
Conclusion. Now we're at the end of this very, very, very long video. So, in conclusion, what do I think of Valeskabum 94? Well, as I said in the beginning, Vale, I'm sorry, man, but you're the worst cartoon reviewer I've seen. There are some other big cartoon review channels that I don't like, for example, Phantom Shredder, but I can at least give them credit where credit is due. They are nowhere near as repetitive, clickbaity, and bandwagoning as your channel. Vale, at the end of all of my points, I did something that I think will help you out a lot if you decide to listen to this. And that's tell you exactly where to fix every single problem. I didn't just say, you have this problem, and then rant about it. I told you how to fix it because I do want to see you improve. You're the biggest cartoon reviewer on all of YouTube, and you got a giant influence. If you take my advice and improve your content, a lot of smaller cartoon reviewers will look up to you. On Twitter, I've seen nothing but people criticize you and talk badly about your content. Get in contact with me and discuss up to you. On Twitter,
Hi, doobie.
criticize you. And
When you watch a Valeskabum video, oh my god.
contact with me and discuss this video in your channel, you're more than welcome to. You can contact me on Twitter, in the YouTube messages, or on Discord. Any 3 of those platforms work out just fine. If you want to agree with this video and ask me for more advice, you're more than welcome to. If you hate this video, think I'm a complete piece of garbage, and think all my arguments were bullcrap, then you're more than welcome to disagree with me. And if you just want to ignore the video and pretend like I don't exist, then that's fine too. My final words to Valeskabum 94 is that I don't hate you, and I want your content to improve. If you want more respect in the community, I highly recommend you take my criticism into account, and many other people's criticism. Regardless of whether or not to take my advice, well, I think some of you can just I wish you the best of luck, man, and that is the last thing I need to say to Valeskabum in this video. Although there's still something I need to say to the fans. Valeskabum It's gonna get stormed with dislikes and hate comments. I really don't care. If I did care, I wouldn't have made the video in the first place. I'm well aware that Vale's fans hate it when people talk negatively about him. I'm not gonna disable ratings or comments or whatever the frick, because I feel like everyone should be able to express their opinion. And you know what? If you like Vale, that's completely fine. You can hate me as much as you want, but I'm gonna be the biggest person and just respect your opinion. I'm not gonna manipulate you to like me. I'm just gonna say to all Vale's fans, to each their own. And to my fans, if you made it to the end of this video and are supporting me, thanks. And if you're mad because this wasn't a normal video, screaming and acting like a freaking idiot and stuff, well, don't freaking worry. The vibes are here. They're not going anywhere. I'm not even in my chair anymore. I'm standing.
I'm not even in my chair anymore. I'm standing.
However, something I will say to some of my more rabid fans, quote unquote, don't attack Vale just because I dislike his content. I think it's wrong to dislike bomb a YouTuber's video and spam in the comments, drink bleach, just because a YouTuber unless I feel like they really deserve to be criticized in this fashion. Next video, I'm going to be finally bringing back my commentary series, so stay tuned for that. Avis reviews, sign it the frick out. Ooh, and strong.
Cut my life. Oh my god, there's a new emo Bob sequel. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation, no breathing. Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding.
What is this?
I like cartoons, so I make videos on them.
God, what the frick is
Guys, you guys see the swirl I'm doing?
this? Is a nightmare.
There aren't really any adult jokes anymore, which takes away from the quality of the show.
Why are yours titles so bad? Why do most of his videos clock under the 5-minute mark? And for the love of God, why does he sound like he smokes a pack a day?
It's no surprise that people dislike
Why does he sound like he smoked a pack a day?
not how bad it is, but that gets pretty repetitive.
I can talk without my tongue touching the roof of my mouth. Oh wait, never mind. Dang it.
I need to get to the bottom of this. What's wrong with this content? Wait, hold on. I can't use it. What's that sound? No! Jesus Christ. Thank God it was just a dream. But what if? Just what if that dream was a reality? Belzkabum94 is a cartoon reviewer in cartoon theater.
Guys, there's a freaking hair in my freaking pizza. God damn it, I think it's my hair.
Rebel Taxi used to be known as the biggest cartoon reviewer, but recently Belzkabum94 has surpassed him by a couple thousand subscribers. He's known as many names, such as Vale, Valeskabum, and Valeskumbum. For the sake of this video, I'm going to be referring to him as Vale. However, this might be the biggest cartoon. I think his content is... You know what? I'm not gonna beat around the bush. He's the worst cartoon reviewer I've ever seen. The only cartoon reviewers that I think are worse is the people that use poor webcams in a dark room and ramble for minutes on end about nothing. However, I barely even consider them cartoon reviewers in the first place, so that's why I say Vale is the worst cartoon reviewer.
Cut my life into pieces.
I don't hate
This is my last resort.
make criticisms for your channel and your videos. Now, I've had this opinion on Vale for a very long time. However, as I searched
Cut my life into pieces.
more and more for various different reasons. Then eventually, there was something that happened to be the straw that broke the camel's back. It was one
The
of
camel that
things
broke the
was
straw's back.
this video in the first place. However, I want to say that
Doobie, stop! You smell gross.
I'd like to give a big thanks to Nintendo and Noah David. They were a huge inspiration for this video, and we spoke a lot about this topic. If it wasn't for our conversations about this subject,
Doobie, you smell so gross.
channels will be down in the description. If I'm gonna spend about an hour criticizing a terrible channel, I may as well promote a couple good ones while I'm at it. And one more quick thing before we begin. Throughout this video, I'm going to be using a lot of clips from Vale's videos to provide evidence for my arguments. However, since Vale uses copyrighted clips, I'm going to have to edit down the visuals. Basically, I'm gonna take clips from the TV shows he uses and replace them with still frame images. To make the experience as similar to the original video as possible, every time Bale cuts the...
Well, this is the first time I've ever had to do this before. Yes, this is a seizure warning. If you are prone to seizures or have photosensitive epilepsy, do not watch this video. This is a seizure warning.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on something.
Well, this is the first time I've ever had to do this before.
To be gross.
Warning. If you are prone to seizures or have photosensitive epilepsy, do not watch this video. I wouldn't even risk scrolling down or something. Even if you don't, I highly suggest you watch this video with the lights on as far away from your monitor as possible. I wanted to put some filters over this to make it a little more bearable, but then I realized that'd be like removing the torture scenes from Ren Seeks Hell. Some of the stuff needs to be seen to help people realize why it doesn't work. But I'm going to warn you right now. A lot of people say that terrible movies or whatever is painful to sit through. This is one of the few times where that's literal. This literally hurt me to sit through. Mostly because of all the eye strain that it causes. And why is that? Because it looks like an LSD trip in Neo Tokyo. No joke, some scenes contain so many bright flashing colors that my computer has trouble rendering them. Like, how does this even happen? Hey, what color should we use for this background? All of them! What about this one? All of them! All the fucking colors! Sometimes less is more, guys. There are plenty of shows that have shown me worse things on screen, but this show has the worst visuals, period. On the standard that the nightmares notwithstanding, the worst shows that I've seen before now would not have caused me physical pain. And keep in mind that I watched a few episodes to pick the ripest fish in the barrel. I literally could only watch one a day because my eyes were watering by the time it was done and I had a migraine. Like, I was already going nearsighted before I watched this show. I don't want to know what this is going to do to my vision overall. Eventually I gave up and decided to go with the first episode. I don't even know where to begin. These are some of the worst designed characters that I've ever seen. Like, first of all, what's wrong with their eyes? And why is that robot's eyes sideways? The brown thing, that's Domo. If he was hit on the head and given brain...
Why do their mouths look weird? One of the grossest things about the Problem Solvers cartoon is why do their mouths look weird?
Damage. This Domo thing's name is Alfei, and I hate him. The other two characters are passable as far as blandness goes, but Alfei, my god, is he an asshole. Like, he starts the episode eating all the pizza and then annoying his friends for theirs and getting angry when they wouldn't give him any of theirs. This is literally the first scene of the first episode. The concept, I think, is that these three guys are
gross,
detectives.
dude. You
Let's just say that
smell
the plot matches
gross.
visuals perfectly. The biggest problem they have right now is that they're out of pizza. Okay, so if I got this straight, we're supposed to be interested in this episode because some guy ate all of his friend's pizza and he wants more of it. He's also totally unlikable, so I can't care about his endeavors. If I wanted to watch someone eating for 11 minutes with bright flashing visuals, I'd play a game of Pac-Man. We get a title sequence that says... nothing really. People throughout time have solved problems, and this is the story of some of them. I talk about how stupid this is, but I'm too distracted by my own eyes watering. I can only write the script for this review watching the actual episode in 1-minute intervals. But at least I don't think the visuals can get any worse. Unless, of course, they steal some character designs from Mr. Pickles. Alfei continues to be a bit of an ass, and Robaz states that he doesn't like old people. Ah yeah, ageism. That's what I like in my characters. Except the kids next door, they're awesome. And they have an excuse. A woman comes by, clearly voiced by a man, and says that she took her elementary school class to an amusement park. When they went on roller coaster, they all became older. We say that these are elementary school students through freeware clip art. This is the point where I usually get angry because using stock pictures in your cartoon is lazy, but they clearly spend all of their time making the backgrounds as seizure-inducing as possible. Seriously, who thought this was a good design choice? Were they blind? Or were they blind and want to make everyone else blind as some kind of bizarre bitterness? This is never more apparent than it is at the amusement park. Just one of these scenes uses literally every color that there is. Here's how bright
Every
colors are
color
supposed to
that
work.
there
You're
is.
supposed to use them on the one thing that you want to draw attention to. It's called contrast.
Yep,
So I've
contrast.
touched on this before, but the voice acting is really bad. To make Robot sound like a robot, his voice is gargled beyond all belief. And Alfe's voice is just painful to listen to. No, wait, I can't use that word anymore without meaning it. The visuals are painful. Alfe's voice is gravelly and uncomfortable. They eventually come across a roller coaster called the Time Twister. Really? It's only the first episode, and you want to do something as complex as time travel. Time travel is one of the plots that I have never seen done completely right. No matter how good the story is, there's always something left on the wayside, even if the only reason is fixing the time stream would stop the heroes from needing to fix the time stream. This is what you want to try with your first episode. I grant that time travel can be fun and has lots of possibilities, but you're just not ready yet. Going forward on the roller coaster made all of the kids older, so Alfei just puts them on and sends them back in time. All the while, the other two are talking about how risky doing that would be. And if the visuals weren't bad enough before, the scenes that take place on the roller coaster are the absolute worst. There's a chance you will get a seizure. Great, episode over, I can go home. No, I wish. Instead of actually having any idea of what a story is, the problem solvers solve the problem by boarding up the roller coaster. Okay, I'm not an artist myself, but even I know that you never want any characters in the foreground to be matching the colors in the background. That's just poor design. You obviously have every color in the box, and yet you chose the only definitively wrong one. Alfei can't sleep because he didn't eat the other two pieces of pizza, so he... So that's why I keep having nightmares about a mutant domo coming into my bedroom and whispering into my ear asking me for pizza. Not only do they look creepy, but they have to do creepy things as well. When Horace says the pizza time was yesterday, Alfei decides to go back in time to make it pizza time, instead of just buying a slice like they were planning to do earlier. What the fuck? He starts going through time and steals a piece of pizza. Then, oh my god, it's a landscape with muted colors. Hallelujah, my eyes can finally take a little bit of a break. Oh my fucking god, my eyes! They really hurt. They really fucking hurt. Alfei here comes out of the time machine younger, and with a dinosaur, who doesn't appear to be any older. Continuity? What's that? The next day, Robaz says that he's detecting some time travel. Then Alfei acts like a jerk. When Robaz asks to scan some of his pizza, Alfei eats it. Then he's upset that he's out of pizza. What's the moral of the story here? You can't have your pizza and eat it too? You know, I never got that saying. If you're not going to eat your cake, what are you supposed to do with it? Nail it to the wall, stare at it until it gets moldy? The only purpose to having a cake is eating it. Yes, I'm stalling. Look, my eyes hurt. You try getting through an episode of Problem Solvers in one sitting and tell me how easy it is. You know, if you don't go blind. You want to hear a story? I sat through Electric Soldier Porygon without trouble.
Electric Soldier Porygon? That was the episode that got everybody seizures.
I got through with minimal issue. This, though, I have to take a break each minute to get this script done. Alfei goes back in time again and again and again. After he turns into a baby, though, he doesn't get any younger. You know, he doesn't fade into non-existence. Eventually, the problem solvers finally realize that something is up, and they go to this snooty dog person. Any effort of voice acting went to him. They ask him how to solve the problem because they're not good at doing the one thing they're supposed to do.
Destroy the time twister at its source, so none of this ever happened, or will have had happen.
Ah, yes, 50 years in the future. Or that. Continuity, what's that? People have said the show isn't so bad if you look past the visuals, but I have, and nearly went blind doing it. What I see are horrible characters, bad voice acting, and inconsistent writing, and a time spent on 11 minutes. It gets nothing right. Alfei gets back to his normal age, but the other two don't get older. TMI, buddy. TMI. They make it to the future where, oh my god, they've learned about dominant color. It only took them to the literal end of time to figure it out, but they finally got it. Yes, scenes that focus on one particular color usually look better than ones that are all over the place. At the end of time, they fight a badly animated watch thing, and I don't care. I'm just happy that they're giving some mercy to my eyes. To defeat the Watch, then they go back in time and... My eyes! Ow! Okay. Bring some mercy to my eyes. To defeat the Watch, then they go back in time and... My eyes! Ow! Okay. Buggers. That's it. It is so on. I am taking whatever's left of this piece of shit down!
Stop.
I don't have time for this, old man. This show nearly left me blind. I don't want to know what kind of damage this has actually done to me.
Sometimes the louder that you shout, the less the people will hear you.
What's that supposed to mean?
I told you, you weren't ready for Renseek's help. It changed you too much. You're becoming angrier, more brutal, and more sporadic.
So what? It allowed me to take on some of the worst of the worst, things I could never imagine taking on. Once upon a time, Splinter made me vomit. Now I laugh at the person I once was. I have the power to take on anything now.
Power is nothing without grace. You may know how to unleash all this anger, but there's still much you have to learn. There's a where and when, and now is not the time.
Look around you, old guy. This is the worst design show I've ever seen. A show has never given me this much eye strain before. I can barely keep my eyes open. How can this be not the time to release my inner anger?
Because this is one of the worst things that you've ever seen.
I don't get you.
Man can get angry when fighting a foe or a dragon, but the man who can stay calm in the face of even the greatest adversary is the one who most often wins. Sometimes the stronger blow isn't the one that wins, but the one that sees the weak point in the heat of the heaviest, fastest battle.
Right. I never used to be able to talk. There was always this inner storm that I could never get out. Now that it is out, I can't seem to contain it.
If you can do it here, you can do it anywhere. Finish this review.
Alright.
Okay.
I'll try to do it calmly. Alfei goes through time and gets a bunch of his former selves. Altogether, they topple the big bad in a really brutal display. I could bring up the fact that Alfei, the worst character, is almost always the one who saves the day. But on another note, this episode reminds me of an episode of SpongeBob, Back to the Past. That episode might be a little hard to watch because of a rather harsher hindsight joke that I don't have time to delve into here. But the episode ends with a bunch of clones of past SpongeBob and Patrick coming in and confusing Man Ray into submission, and it is one of the funniest endings I've seen. In fact, it probably would be number 26 on my modern SpongeBob list. That currently by account is removed, but I digress. Here, though, this is just really disgusting. Not to mention the wild animation that makes it hard to sit through in its own right.
How do you feel?
Angry, insulted, the usual. I don't know what I or anyone was really expecting. From the art style, you can tell it's going to be either really avant-garde or really incompetently made. And for the concept, you know that it's the former. If you can get past the overly bright colors, and that's a hard if, the characters provide nothing to like. They're bland at best and jerks at worst. The voice acting doesn't help matters, and the writing can't keep things straight in 11 minutes. Despite having a distinctive visual style, the writing doesn't lend this world any real identity beyond an LSD trip.
The rage. How interesting.
Why would I rage? After this, I'm looking forward to the next atrocity. All I gotta do is stare at a dog's giant anus for 22 minutes. After what I've been through today, that's nothing.
Be sure to treat it as nothing then.
I'll try.
And that's all that's important at this time.
Well, this is the first time I've ever had to do this before. Yes, this is a seizure warning. If you're prone to seizures or have photosynthesis...
Time to talk about the worst anime reviewer on this god-awful website. Well, sorta. Over the course of my channel, the two most popular videos that I have ever made, not that they're very popular in the first place, are both about the cartoon community, and in both videos I I primarily focused on a rather polarizing figure on the platform, one you have likely heard of many times before if you are watching this video. The mysterious Mr. Enter is an animation reviewer with a sizable channel of 250,000 subscribers, as of the time this script is being written. And during the years that he has been creating videos, he has both received lots of praise and arguably even more criticism in regards to his content, with the criticism becoming so great that it has not only become a massive bandwagon at this point, but also Enter felt the need to make a video responding to it, which I and a few other creators responded to as well. And despite what you may think from the title and my track record discussing this creature, I do not intend to further the bandwagon in any way in this video or create lots of unnecessary hate or drama towards Enter. In my previous two videos in this cartoon community trilogy of sorts, I failed to really give Enter a fair chance and was blinded by both the small explosion in popularity that my channel was receiving at the time, and because of the number of creators like Mars Reviews making videos calling him out on poor practices, making very subpar videos, etc. But today, I'm going to do my best to essentially analyze Enter's content, take a look at the major criticisms made against him, and finally decide for myself whether or not the hate he received is very warranted. Keep in mind, this is all my opinion. You don't have to agree or disagree. Frankly, I don't care if the sheer mention of me critiquing Enter makes your ass sweat and the vein in your forehead burst. So without further ado, let's get on with this analysis. On Mr. Enter. I have nothing to say. Where is the transition cut? One of the most common criticisms I see directed towards Mr. Enter is that his editing is just awful. People will complain about
Oh, my concept. Yeah, what's the complication? Here's your thing. Here's your life. You know what? Oh, this is yours. Are we done? Well, guess what? I can rewind and watch over. These are the babies. No, we don't know how much anything is. That's on that part. Baby! You got under the table? Uy, ang sarap! That's in my way, diba? Where's my adobo? Inside. Your adobo is inside. The rice is like complimentary. Oh man, I better eat this later. I'm thinking what should I eat first, you know? I'm gonna eat this later. Cause this stays soft. At least you know this is soft and it'll stay soft. Let's eat the bigger one first. Delicious. Sit down. Bergain sila. You scared me. in your head. See the little kids already do. See.
Nice, cool. Give you a few minutes.
No.
I thought you were good for me. I thought you were bringing my son back.
I better close this number. It needs battery. I believe this is real upstream meat. It looks like upstream. But, yay. They're using the meat that belongs in it. Yeah, upstream not cheap anymore. At least they're cheering for them. Did you get a double too? Did you get a double?
Uh-huh.
Well, watch out for the bones. There's a cartridge thing. It's not just pure meat. There's in there. the thing that look like cutlers? Mm-hmm. That's what's in there.
All right. Judges, are you ready? Choppers, optimal.
Time to 8 beginner. There you go, look at those. The whole family probably there. Dang, that's a whole lot. like she's been in competition before. So, small.
Like the little girl.
Yeah, she's so good. They've been told they've been dancing for a while because they know different moves and all that stuff, you know? It's not just one move over and over again. They know how to move around.
Or one little girl.
There's one, she looks so cute, she looks like she's 5, she could be 5 or 6, tiny, whatever. But as soon as the beat went, she's like, oh my god! She can dance, she can really move and dance. But you know, she looks like maybe she might not know too much, you know?
Oh, that's alive?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I don't know why I'm clicked on this, but I'm clicked on this.
It is one of the ugliest cartoons I've ever seen.
Okay, next time I'll get one. The two dishes I'm hooked on right now is the Filipino food. Crazy. There's 2 things I can barely get.
His girlfriend. When a dog runs up.
I need to tell you something.
It's okay, Lurleen. I found your punch card. I know they're fake.
This is the first episode of the show. You should be giving me some information about why the fuck I care about this
How come it doesn't give me
the show never
your
does.
thing?
I'm never given any reason to care, and that's one of the biggest problems shock shows like this have. You cannot relate to
Number 9.
anything. Yes, the bozo
He's
here
so
is
tiny.
girlfriend, but he's too stupid to care. And you know what? They're not even the main characters of the episode. They barely qualify as bad.
Care,
Some guy
Richter,
dressed in leather
care.
runs up. When they drive
Even
off,
back-
our titular Mr. Pickles tears off his nipples and sends him falling down a cliff.
Because they're actually done with the live
95% of the
stream.
population.
This
This
is
is
the
the point where
replay.
good taste would dictate you turning the channel. But since it's my job, I suppose I'll have to go on. We're hit with the theme song. I'm not the biggest fan of metal, but it sounds like the most stereotypical thing ever.
Everything is so fun.
When I think of metal, this is what you hear
Remember
if it
Trank?
was watered down
The
about
Trank was
3
hella
times. And Mr. Pickles is satanic. That's the joke. That is the entire joke. That is the only joke.
I don't know why I love
We
this
got to
so
see
much.
that
I
the
love
entire
it.
family is drinking soy milk because their cow is supposed to be pregnant. Alright, one of the things that this show in general tries to do is take typical 50s America to subvert it as much as possible. It doesn't work because every fucking time you predict the joke.
I've read that soy has estrogen.
What's that?
Well, it's what makes a lady a lady.
A little soy milk isn't going to turn anybody into a lady.
Guess the joke. Then the dog starts fondling the mother's breast. Someone on the writing staff has unresolved issues. What do you want me to say? It's not funny. Oh god, what the fuck is that thing? Oh, that's just their design for old people. I'm giving it like 5 minutes. Alright, this guy lost his shoe because he caught Mr. Pickles having gas.
The way the characters, I agree with this. Like the way the characters.
Up at Mr. Pickles'
But
fetish
whenever
party,
you see
and
the
Mr.
live
Pickles
stream
starts cutting
inside,
people up
and they're
and
inside
putting
that
their hands on his
Chinese
paws.
one,
Then he drove the manager
that's
bar
when they
and
do
stole his
the
shoe.
whole-
And nobody cares. No,
the whole,
that's not even funny.
joke.
No one in the episode
It's
actually
not
cares.
individual.
Where do I begin? Let's start with the obvious. It's not
Yeah,
funny.
listen.
This is going to be a running gag throughout the series. But Mr. Pickles says some fucked up shit to this guy and no one believes him. It's not going to be funny once, no matter how long the series runs. You know why it's not going to be funny? Because it was never funny when Back at the Barnyard did it. Remember that show that everyone...
I'd rather be chloroformed and woken up being like held by a balcony. Someone's about to drop me in a balcony, like Suge Knight to Vanilla Ice. Then watch Back at the Barnyard.
You know why it's not going to be funny? Because it was never funny when Back at the Barnyard.
Bro, Back at the Barnyard. Oh my god. I'd rather get chloroformed than and
Apparently, show, inject some fucked up imagery, and it's gold. All I'm saying is that Barnyard failed, and this seems to be taking off. Tommy sees the father's daughter, and thinks there's love. Meanwhile, Pickles constantly looks like he's ready to start pumping everything in sight. Another thing, the innocent-looking whatever turned out to be evil, monster, destructive, has been done beyond all belief. Also, Tommy has splits because
That evil could take thing
I
is
really don't know
always
why. I think it's an attempt at making a dribble joke without anyone making a dribble joke. You know, those jokes that Family Guy uses when Joe's around and they can't think of anything else. Throws Sutter, throws milkshake, being squirted at Tommy. She rejects him and tells Tommy to get a job. He gets Mr. Pickles to come along. Oh, you saw some of the stuff in the background? Yeah, that's right. The Mr. Pickles that the show is named after is pretty much a background character. He's on the same level of importance as Snowball 2.
If you like
At least in this
something
episode.
fluffy, you don't
Tommy's
like
father
that.
decides to have a pointless subplot where a woman constantly extorts him and is treated as, you can't fucking do this. Mr. Pickles, the 2-year-old woman get offended. I can't be offended if I can't fucking care. You've given me no characters to gravitate to. Your setting never started anywhere sane and rational. Your jokes never made me laugh. Each and every one of them is stupid and predictable. There was no effort and no potential at anything. You started me off with characters that we will never see again. You have a concept that's barely utilized. Your animation is lazy and off-putting. Give me one reason that I should care either way about
Mr. Pickles was one of the creepiest fucking cartoons I've ever watched when I was a kid, period.
jobs. The more the risque sort. Yeah, Tommy's big job is a boob job. A kid who is forced to get a job and hasn't acted like a typical kid once is forced into something completely adult. You see, you cannot subvert anything when there's nothing to subvert. That's why The Simpsons took off. That's why Family Guy took off. That's why South Park took off.
Why
They
is...
managed to show something
Bro,
You see, it's forced to get a job.
what is this cartoon?
Kid once is forced into something completely adult. You see, you cannot subvert anything when there's nothing to subvert.
Did the creators of the show watch this video?
That's why South Park took
This is horrible. Wait, this is the first episode? Is this the pilot of Mr. Pickles?
Can't do the latter if you haven't done
This is horrible.
And we see a hideous saleswoman trying to sell a baby doll. My God, this episode is how many plots are there? This plot is immediately forgotten as his grandmother finds a shoe up the cow's birth canal. Maybe I care if you spend some time with something, establish a character or a conflict or something. If not, 22 minutes is an option. Tommy enters a strip club because what else is he supposed to do? I mean, the only other thing you could possibly do with this plot is have him go to his parents. And that's what's going to happen later, isn't it? Mr. Pickles does some demonic shit to save his owner. This doesn't make any sense. Back to Tommy's father's plot, because that was so invigorating. If it's a joke, it's not funny, and if it's serious, it's not insightful. Meanwhile, my God, it's like the show has ADHD or something. Maybe I can't care because
It's like the show has ADHD or something. If you have ADHD, the show it will make it even fucking worse.
nice guy from before comes in to find Mr. Pickles' handiwork, and he's out of the story. Meanwhile,
I'll make you
mother and says that he's
I'll make you suicidal.
through some more shit. Tommy's mother thinks that her husband is cheating on her.
Is Mr. Garbage? It's always wrong.
No, it's broken. I mean, if you want that to be the joke, then let that be the joke. But if you want it to always say no be the joke, you have to let people realize it. Tommy's mother finds her husband with a tick. Then the other woman starts chasing her husband. Benny, help me. I suppose I should, because all the plots come together.
Whatever, Joby, whatever.
I don't know what the tone of the show is supposed to be, but it's definitely not wet.
I'm watching the Mr. Enter Mr. Pickles video. Oh god.
What are we missing? Live birth, cow shit, and Grandpa being birthed out of the cow. A wrap-up that is funny and a callback to the fetish touch. This show is like the worst student in a class. A student that copies off the failing tests of his friends when he can bother to care. Most of the time, his attention is darting from window to window to the obscene shapes he's been drawing in his notebook.
That show's horrible.
But he doesn't even care that he's failing. Because it's far too late for him to even try to pass. People wonder why adults are watching things like My Little Pony. If this is what adults are supposed to be watching, I'd rather gouge my eyes out.
I like
Why adults are watching things like My Little Pony.
Mr. Enter's the best.
Watching, I'd rather gouge my eyes out. Adults wonder why adults are watching things like My Little Pony.
Mr. Enter's like, people are wondering why adults watch things like My Little Pony. And then there's things like Mr. Pickles where it's like, is this what are adults supposed to be watching? I'd rather gouge my eyes out. I'd rather gouge my eyes out. Mr. Enter's the best.
Why adults are watching things like My Little Pony.
Oh, that was the episode where Fluttershy was pretending to be sick so she doesn't enter in the race or whatever the hell. Right? Wasn't that what the episode was about?
To be watching, I'd rather gouge my eyes out. But those cartoons need some serious help because more often than not, they tend to be like this. Shows like Mr. Pickles and Crop Up would fill your stomach.
There's a gimp in a doghouse. Look, there's a gimp in a doghouse.
Shows like Mr. Pickles, Crop Up.
There's a gimp in a doghouse. Like, that is so, like, just like what's happening now. You know what I mean?
I stuck my knife here. See what time it is? So when we get there, definitely they're open again.
Is that ube cupcake? Oh, ube cupcake. Oh my god.
And bam, you got yourself a hit.
Ube inside.
Yeah, that's
It's
crazy.
only good if you actually like ube. You like ube.
I haven't tried the ice cream. I think I might have tried the ice cream before.
No, but ice cream is ice cream. Ube is not ice cream flavor.
Okay. It's like sweet yams. Is it like sweet potatoes?
It is a sweet potato. It's a purple sweet potato.
Sweet yams, like.
So if you like that, then yeah. It's real purple. Like it came from the tail.
There's bread that's made out of potatoes, right? Potato roast. Right?
This is not a potato.
I know.
But it belongs like in the yam.
I've tried potato bread before, so I might like that. I might like that.
No, that's not the same.
I mean, well, it's still like, you know, I mean, but it's sweet though.
Disturbing. Your discretion is advised.
Alright, you wanna try it?
You want to try a tiny piece?
I'll try like I'll try a
Rip
piece.
a piece off. But the piece in the middle, the thick one, that's the real ube.
Okay.
The part you're trying now is ube mixed in thing.
Oh, does it focus?
Okay, but no matter how you feel about the taste, remember it's just food and just swallow it. Because you got a tiny ass piece. It's just a cupcake. It ain't gonna kill you, whether or not you agree with the taste.
I'm not saying that these episodes are good, nor am I saying that they're bad.
Yeah, this is a little broken.
I really don't know which category I put in. Some rules. I have an episode that had already reviewed on this list.
How old is you? I don't know, this is the 5 to 8 category.
That tasted good.
It could be 8, you don't know. They're younger.
Guys, why is the volume of this video so low? Like holy crap. Like the only way to hear this video is so low, it's like ASMR, it's like he's whispering. Like I have to put the video near my ear.
That's 5 to 8, so these girls. Here's a boy? Oh, here's a boy, he's in the advance. I think the guys have a murderer because they're always on their knees. You gotta have some strong thighs.
What is seduction? Not how terrible the plot is. It's the most I forgot this whole episode. You know, the one that said Timmy was a great pet owner and the only reason he of course, Timmy's pet, and you just started watching Crazy Dog Dog. Where else would you want to so badly? Yeah, our first episode of this list is about a dead pet cat's life.
Guys had it tough back in Tahitian. Instead of wearing the thing around his knees, he just has the wrap on. But see how hard they have it for guys? It's always like that. They really gotta move their knees. Oh, it's crazy. But with them, they don't care how much you weigh. If you're gonna do it, you better do it. They don't care if you're big or too small or what.
The editing in this video is like so like Windows Movie Maker. Just like what that one YouTuber said, it's literally like Windows Movie Maker.
So definitely.
Like he made it from Windows.
I'm saying definitely. By the time you see this, there's no Oh, I might have to use the bathroom.
Yeah, especially.
Ooh. Oh, are they late? Did they not make it to the competition? Maybe I'm missing dates. I don't want to get disqualified for not doing that.
Clever animation drops.
You should find a daily grind and tag a Jackson on the mind to help remind us so inclined I have a small suggestion.
Gucci didn't belong to the real Gucci.
Oh yeah, the My Life of a Windows. Hold on, My Life of a Teenage Robot. I remember this. I accidentally said Windows.
I mean, one day you got a functional Windows 7 that does everything it's supposed to do, but then you upgrade to Windows 8, a program so obsessed with trying to be hip and edgy that it comes across as half functional.
And he was
Things
killed.
have been there from the beginning, like the start bar is a good idea because they're old and outdated. And when you upgrade to Apple skin, it starts to take control of your life.
I like how Mr. Enter hates the start bar on Windows, but before I resetted my computer, I had so much stuff pinned to the start bar. Oh my god. The start bar is amazing, okay? But I agree with Enter. They removed so much stuff. I think they just removed a lot of customization that Windows 7 had.
Make you something you're not, and try to see if there's anything more to do. Eventually, it starts talking to you in a really creepy voice, giving some sort of mind control. The ways that this thing controls Jenny is just creepy. Not to mention, this episode has an ending that would make you really curious as to how a third Raggedy Android episode would go across. God only knows what problems they're going to make for Windows 9.
Windows 9. He meant to say Windows 10.
There are a lot of things that you'd never think you'd see in a kid's show, like suicide, excessive animal abuse, or cannibalism.
Oh yeah, animal abuse.
Suicide, excessive animal.
Yeah, those are really horrible.
Well, how cannibalism is portrayed in this episode.
Oh, Viva Pinata.
Excessive animal abuse, or cannibalism.
The Viva Pinata cartoon. Oh my god. Yeah, Viva Pinata. Viva Pinata? I forgot that had a cartoon. I just think of the game. Whenever people bring up Viva Pinata, I just think of the game. I forgot about the cartoon. I know I think I saw commercials of the cartoon. I think I might have seen the cartoon, maybe one episode, but I didn't know. I totally forgot. I've never even. I think it might have been like on a specific channel. I don't know. A specific TV channel or something like that we didn't have. I don't know.
I'm not kidding.
That's why I never, I've never seen Viva Pinata.
When Fergie, this thing there, wants to bring a chocolate bunny comb to a party, he decides that he wants it all to himself. So he disguises it as his cousin, Candace. Then during a dance scene, he ends up
Suspicious. Must tango. Chocolate.
Doing that, romance must run very well in his family.
Doing that romance must run very well in his family.
Cannibalism, I think, since people put chocolate inside bananas.
Look, Candy's hair.
And her glasses! Good gobstopper! Fanny ate Candace!
But the authorities dressed Fergie up as Hannibal Lecter and put him on trial for cannibalism. Just the fact that someone put the concept of
Oh my god.
in a kid's show and went so far as to
Cannibalism in a cartoon.
disturbing. Not to mention that he actually thinks that being selfish is worse than being convicted of cannibalism. I don't see why not, since cannibals are apparently shot to the moon that's loaded with candy. Seriously, what the fuck? In series finale, what? That's why I can't tell the truth.
If you don't, your shame will.
Wait, this is the series finale?
What the fuck? In series finale, what?
That's why I can't tell the truth. If you don't, your shame will consume you. Consume you. Consume you.
I like the animation in the Viva Pinata cartoon. It's amazing.
Believe it or not, there are actually many shows that went through seasonal rot besides The Simpsons, Family Guy, and SpongeBob. One that comes to mind is Dexter's Lab. After it was arbitrarily extended past its prime, it was given a new art style that fell right into the uncanny valley. On top of that, the types of episodes got interesting. In the episode Jeepers Creepers, Where is Peepers, an anime-style villain kidnaps a dog creature, and for most of the episode turns him inside out in a horrifying, grotesque way. At first, it's not so bad, but his agony just goes on and on. It's a horribly unpleasant thing to watch. The worst part of the episode is that it has him there suffering in agony and doesn't even seem to concern itself about him, because he's just there in the background while the episode is happening.
Oh.
And yes, his screams of pain are quite audible, and then he turns into a giant fleshy dragon. Yeah.
That's weird. That's weird.
Along with the angry sun from Super Mario Bros. 3, the Sapphire Dragon was one of the biggest monsters of my childhood. What can I really say about this thing? It has flame breath that turns people into lifeless sapphire statues, and the concept of being petrified is always horrifying. On top of that, this thing has aspirations.
Sapphire Dragon, the most dangerous Shingon move. It is only to be used
What show is that? I forgot that show.
if you turn your enemy into a sapphire statue.
And the guy next door, the old lady down the street, the kids at the playground.
It turns everyone, good, evil, or indifferent, to sapphire.
And after it's taken over enough people, it turns them into its minions. With the more victims it claims, the more powerful.
What show is this? I don't remember this show. I really don't remember that show. That was on WB. I don't remember WB.
Golden Tire Claws, a game-breaking Shengon Wu that the writers knew that they had to keep out of the story to get any sort of attention, which kind of made me worry
Okay.
when it would pop up again. Every time the Shengon Wu changed hands, like in the very next episode, I wanted to know where the hell this thing was. And then it finally popped up, and it was disappointing, to say the least.
What is that? That is why I was alive and turned and fight into the night. I may give you such a fight, you know I should be
Do, 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 do,
I'm just gonna
do,
let this
do,
one speak for itself.
Cat dog? What?
If you
Hey, remember what I said? As long as the episode doesn't specifically take place on a Halloween-type holiday, it's allowed. Plus, if there were none of my rules, I'd go with Jack in the Haunted House. I believe that episode is much more disturbing than this one, but this one is fairly disturbing too, for the same reason that Dad's life is kind of disturbing. Jack walks into a haunted graveyard and must fight off zombies. That's pretty much the gist of it. Yeah, why I don't talk about the show too often, except in, like, lists or something, is because it's very hard to talk about an individual episode. In this episode, Samurai Jack fights zombies all night, and since they're pretty much infinite, they begin to slowly whittle him down. Not to mention, there's the final showdown where he's fighting his own sword, and the feeling of helplessness is really instilled in this episode.
I will eat your
Hey, would you look at that? More zombies. This time, instead of fighting them in the graveyard...
Oh yeah, the Amazing World of Gumball episode. God, this episode was fucking... Oh my god, this episode was fucking... Jesus Christ. There was a My Little Pony episode that was sort of similar to that, where it's like... where they eat cupcakes and then... But that one had a happy ending. This one has like a horrifying ending. Because you know how like Gumball is just like SpongeBob, where literally like all the episodes are non-canonical or whatever the hell. All episodes are in a different universe or something like that. They're all like, it's just... In the end of this one, it's like everybody gets turned into zombies, basically.
This time,
it's horrible.
in the graveyard, we get to see a full outbreak take place.
I remember this.
More zombies.
I remember this. That was fucking scary.
Full outbreak take place. It starts out innocently enough. Gumball and...
What was that peak right there?
Innocently enough, Gumball and Darwin are a bit grumpy, so their father gives them a special hug to cheer them up. That came out wrong. But back on track, their teacher thinks that this happiness is some kind of disease. Everyone thinks that Miss Simeon is crazy until it actually turns out to be a disease. That kills Gumball and Darwin and turns them into joy-infused zombies with Rainbow Drool. I always knew that joy was contagious, but Jesus. The only way to stop this zombie outbreak is by playing a piece of music. The majority of the episode is Miss Simeon racing to get to the PA system past these zombies, and the tone is really good here. I should really talk about this show sometime in the future. It feels odd that I'm suggesting one of my least favorite episodes of the show for this list, but Dan versus the telemarketer fits the criteria. What do I mean by this? This episode is a sequel to the episode Dan versus the Imposter, or Dan versus Dan, where someone who looked exactly like Dan tried to take over his life, and Dan solved his problem by sending him to jail. Now he's back, and he wants nothing more than revenge. His plan is fucking terrifying. First, the imposter gets a job as a telemarketer, and then pretty much uses his position to stalk and harass Dan, preventing him from getting any peace or even sleeping. If it ended there, that would be one thing. The imposter's plan is so much more complex. He knows at every step that Dan is going to make, to the point where he can make a supervillain blush. And that's because he disguised himself as Dan's cat, Mr. Mumbles.
You just never know what I'll do. Isn't that fun? Maybe I'll dress up as your cat. Do you love it? Or I could dress up as you and steal a police car.
That's horrible.
That tracking device also transmits voices.
Give this matter all the attention it deserves, which means none, of course. He can't
must drive you completely insane.
Playing games and tell me what you want. Drive you absolutely mad. Nuts around the bend, and I understand things.
Let's tiptoe into the dark. One good stare out of
When a show changes its age rating, it truly is a magical thing. The shows with this newfound freedom tend to stretch their potentials out and do whatever they can now get away with, and the punchline is less than zero. If any episode of The Friendship is Magic is your typical Friends Forever kid show, then none of them will do it. The entire tone of this episode is intense, as one of the characters delves slower and slower into their own insanity, to the point where she tells Mike...
I love this episode. I relate with this. I became, because I felt like I became as more insane as Twilight, which is amazing. It's amazing.
Girls? Oh, hi, Twilight. How's it going? Great. Just great. I hate to cause a rift between such good friends.
Are you sure this is a kid show? If it's not the smartest, most honorable of the main characters, cornering 3 kids, with threats that she is going to help them and solve their problems, it's the most timid of the main cast, snapping the neck of a bear.
much worse than a bark. One good stare out of so good.
I've always had mixed feelings towards the Kids Next Door episode, Operation Archive. It goes on to tell how kids created adults, and the wars that sparked in between them, with number 1 narrating it. I like the story that it tells, and I definitely love the homage. It would actually be kind of interesting if they went with this as a full series idea. But it's actually an episode like that 90s show from The Simpsons. You gotta take it separately from any continuity of the show to enjoy it in its own right, because there's no logical way that it can happen. It also ends like this. Paradox! In order to cheer Ren up, Snippy makes him the president of his fan club. This doesn't turn out to be the best idea. All the fans have only good things to say about Snippy, and only bad things to say about Ren, which slowly makes him madder and madder at his face, to the point where he's debating killing Snippy. I chose this episode over Svenhoek because, for one, the creepy factor goes on for quite a bit longer. This episode is 22 minutes long. And 2, Ren is mad at Stimpy for something that isn't Stimpy's fault. Think about it. Your best friend wants to kill you because everyone likes you more than him. Also, there's quite the interesting visuals as the animation gets more and more deranged, with Ren's descent into madness. Mental tricks are quite a frightening thing. In this episode, Robin is afflicted with dust, caused to see, hear, and feel
I'd rather get chloroform.
his greatest adversary. To top it off, none of Robin's friends can see Slade, making them think that Robin's obsession is leading him further and further into madness. The imaginary greatest adversary. To top it off, none of Robin's friends can see Slade, making them think that Robin's obsession is leading him further and further into madness. The imaginary fiend idea is a really interesting one, and though it's been explored many times before and in many ways, I don't think that it's been explored quite this well. We see the phantom lead Robin further and further into what seems like madness, getting beaten up by a creature that can't be touched or stopped, and his friends wondering what the hell is going on.
I won't stop. And now, Alchema, I will fight to keep you up at night. From evil that wants to be dark will rule.
This thing is fucking creepy. End of story. It looks like a fusion of Robbie the Rabbit from Silent Hill and the original Ronald McDonald. Everything about Franco is unsettling. The way it moves, the way it force feeds people fries. And apparently you can get away with copious amounts of blood in a kid's cartoon if it's ketchup. Actually, yeah, that's always been the case. But seriously, burn that thing in fire. It's fucking terrifying. Yes! With me now, don't be all one little scare out of you sound good. You know another thing that I never thought I'd seen in a kid's cartoon? Actual literal torture. Solitary confinement to be exact. This episode starts off with Finster fretting that none of her punishments work on TJ. He just laughs them all off. So she comes up with a new one. This is the box.
Get caught running on the blacktop, go to the box. Take cuts in line, go to the box. Any horseplay, joking around, or unauthorized fun of any kind, the box. No questions asked.
It's laughed at first, but when TJ gets in the box, Finster keeps all the other kids far away. And when TJ has to deal with his own thoughts, he goes further and further into insanity.
Let him out, Miss Finster.
What do you say we give him an extra 2 minutes?
By the end of it, he's completely snapped, and will do whatever Finster says in order to be a good boy.
Enough, Detweiler?
Yeah, so yes, TJ's had enough.
Fine, then you might come out.
Keep in mind, this is TJ we're talking about. The kid wasn't fazed by dealing with HAL 9000. The creepy part is how thoroughly this punishment got to him.
No! The box! The box! Well, he's gotta eat something.
He's traumatized by the sight of squares, and when he's forced to deal with the prospect of going back to the box...
Back to the box!
No, not the box! Not the box! Much worse than our bark.
Tom and Jerry could get pretty cruel. I don't think anyone would argue that. But for the most part, it's kept funny. And that's in large part because both Tom and Jerry are on an equal fighting footing. Alternatively, you can have a piano kill Tom and put the power of whether or not he gets into heaven into Jerry's hands, his sworn enemy, and the person he spent his entire life hunting down. If Jerry doesn't forgive Tom for everything in the episode Heavenly Puss, then Tom goes straight to hell with a demon dog and fire and stuff. But if you don't want to take my word for it that this is one of the most messed up cartoon episodes ever made, Matt Groening, creator of The Simpsons, has said that this was one of the darkest things that he'd ever seen. The only thing that stops from being any higher on this list is that in the end, it's all a dream. Still, be careful of what kind of enemies you make. You never know what kind of torment you'll be under when it's all over. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention the scene where
I'd rather get chloroformed and woke up getting raped while watching Back at the Barnyard.
including 3 kids drowned in the back.
If you should find a daily grind, a tad of taxing on the mind to help unwind is so inclined, I have a small suggestion.
Sorry, dude, you lose again. I'm not going with you. One of the most difficult parts of this list is separating nostalgia from shows and episodes I've seen multiple times. King Ramses might have been freaky as all hell when I was a kid. Let's call it charm hasn't aged the best though. And things like Freaky Fred aren't that scary to me because I've seen them a million times. However, there is one episode of First Ugly Dog that I still find frightening no matter how many times I've seen. The House of Discontent. It starts out typical enough, with creepy voices telling Uriel and Eustace to get out, and then having them get attacked by things like groceries and water. Courage breaks into the house, they fall into the basement and come across this thing this thing still creeps me out. It's not just the way it looks, but the way it talks. Not to mention that it's fucking pissed off. There's also creepy organ music in the background. The plot involves them either growing something or suffering the consequences. And when the consequences finally do come around, the only music that plays is the chiming of a clock. It really is a masterpiece of atmosphere. And seriously, what the fuck even is that thing? I mean, I know that it's an ominous floating head, but how? How do you come to creating that thing?
If you guarantee my leadership, prepare for question. What will you share in this night? That would be my only question.
Oh, Gravity Falls.
Gravity Falls was holding back in season 1. Who knew? I'll be honest, maybe this one is just me, but the whole lady love shtick has always been terrifying. Even when they try to play comedically. In fact, I don't know why this was ever used comedically. Now here's a really funny thing. This episode was aired, Five Nights at Freddy's started making the rounds. And it was completely coincidental. Just about everything in this episode is terrifying though, from even the concepts.
I think I've seen this episode before.
A lot of it is in the imagery. I mean, beyond the multi-based stuff with the animatronics, everything about Chippity is unsettling. Mostly from the way she talks, how quickly she flips emotions. She talks about bleeding someone and trying to take control of someone's life as if it's the most darling thing in the world. She doesn't require any power to function, and there's no way to escape from her, except by destroying her disc, which may or may not have worked. It's amazing how she can go from cute to terrifying in a split second. And to tell you from experience, there are people like this in the world, and you'll never really know what they're like until it's far too late.
Worse than hardball.
Have you guys ever noticed that the Powerpuff Girls was kinda screwed up sometimes? I mean, they challenge courage for how much horror they can put into a typical episode. And sometimes they even go beyond. The thought of your loved ones turning against you is terrifying, as are many of the scenarios that the show took us through. The most screwed up episode, though, has to be Knock It Off. In this episode, the professor's older roommate, Dick Hartley,
Oh, I remember this.
success by making his own Powerpuff Girls and selling them around the world to make a quick buck. Many of these Powerpuff Girls are faulty, even to the point of certain limbs falling off. They look goofy at first, but as the episode goes on, they look more and more beautiful. This actually kind of reminds me of a couple of earlier episodes, Twisted Sister to name one, where, feeling that they've got too much work, the girls create a fourth Powerpuff Girl, who, while deformed, is still just as sentient as the girls. Along those lines, there's also the Rowdy Red Boys. Throughout this episode, it's hard to see the Powerpuff Girls is any less sentient than the originals. Hell, at one point, Dick Hartley makes a perfect buttercup and has her melted down because she was perfect. And towards the end, you see how harmful that process really was. Not to mention the infamous little part where all the faulty Powerpuff Girls turn on Dick.
I might have seen that episode. I think I've seen that episode. Oh my god, that is. It's crazy. There's some episodes that he said in this video that I've watched.
I could have picked Spongehenge with its haunting melodies. I could have picked To Love a Patty with its strange infatuation, and how it seems to be similar to Squid Baby and having one of the writers let out the fetish. And there's God.
I'd rather get chloroformed. I'd rather get chloroformed than raped while watching Back at the Barnyard. While I binge watched Back at the Barnyard. Oh, Boating Buddies. Or SpongeBob's a fucking weirdo fucking. I remember that. I remember when SpongeBob was like that. Oh my god, when SpongeBob was creepy as fuck. Only cartoons can like. It's crazy how American cartoons like really can capture like rapist type energy. with their characters. No wonder America has the most rape happening, okay? Cause these American cartoons.
Even more so in Squid's visit, where SpongeBob seemed kind of left out of the creepiness. On top of that, this episode gives off a severe claustrophobic vibe. I actually fact that Squidward doesn't have any breathing. But in all seriousness, this episode is about being trapped with their stalker, and the world is just dandy. Many people find this episode very annoying, and I would too, but there's just something about uncanniness. It's the point where it seems like SpongeBob is trying to assimilate Squidward.
If you guarantee my name, you should prepare for question. What will you share in this night? That would be my only question.
Perhaps the closest episode is breaking my home.
Oh my god, yeah, the Bloodbender episode on Airbender. Damn. That's technically that's an anime though. Last Airbender is an anime though. Right? Right? Last Airbender is an anime. I'd rather get chloroformed than raped by somebody that thinks that Last Airbender is an anime. Or I mean somebody that thinks Last Airbender is a cartoon. Fuck. I'd rather get chloroformed and raped by somebody. I'd rather get chloroformed and woken up getting raped by somebody that thinks Legend of Korra and Last Airbender is a cartoon. Or is it an American cartoon? It's an anime. It's still a cartoon though, but still, you know what I mean?
Perhaps that's some inbred fear built up over years of psychological trauma, but that's another story. This episode follows that concept of intuitive. Perhaps that's some condition in your life or even your body. It's something that's always terrified you personally. Perhaps that's some inbred fear built up over years of psychological trauma, but that's another story. This episode follows that concept of intuitivity. Since the nostalgia critic already covered this episode fairly well in his top 11 best Avatar episodes, there really isn't much else I have to say. But as episodes go,
I like how he's like, there's not really much I have to say because somebody already said everything. That means like this guy cannot even. I'm not trying to criticize Enter in this video, but like this is Enter's most popular video, and in his most popular video, he's basically saying that I can't put my own original twist to something that somebody already covered. To something that somebody already done. Enter's gonna kill me if he's watching this live stream. Oh my god. What was a scary episode in Rocco's Modern Life? Oh yeah, that. Yeah, this is the weirdest episode ever. It's like she tried to fuck Rocco. Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
This episode actually starts out innocently enough until about halfway through the episode. Then Rocco ends up ripping off the dress.
It's weird how they reference sex in a fucking kids cartoon, you know what I mean? It's weird.
Like voting buddies, it gives off a very claustrophobic, awkward vibe. Mr. Big
I'd rather get chloroformed.
End the episode. Run us over. End the episode. End it now.
This is how I'm gonna get chloroformed. This is how I'm gonna get chloroformed. This is how I'm gonna get chloroformed. Oh! I wake up. I just saw, like, I didn't know. I was like, oh, that's what it's called, chloroform. I'm like, if you were a rapist, would you rather you, I mean, like, if you're a rapist, like, it's so weird how people putting roofies in a drink. That's like the dumbest rapist ever. Okay? You chloroform her when nobody's looking, okay? Now that's a good rapist, okay? That's a smart rapist. You bash her brains in, okay? With a baseball bat till she can't think. I'm joking. I'm joking. These are jokes. Twitch. Oh my god. Twitch. Holy shit. These are jokes. Like, you know what I mean? I didn't know rapists use chloroform. I always thought rapists use roofies, but I'm like, chloroform makes more sense if you're a rapist. You know what I mean? I'm not saying rape is good. I'm not saying that shit's good. Rape is horrible. People that rape people are fucking horrible, okay? I'm just saying, if you are a rapist, I'm not trying to condone raping, okay? I'm not trying to fucking condone raping. I'm not trying to condone raping, but I'm saying, like, if you were a rapist and you were a smart rapist, you would use chloroform. It's just like how, like, you know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? How I'm not a, you know what I mean? It's like somebody that's not a YouTuber that's like, oh, if I were a YouTuber, I would get a good camera. And then, you know what I mean? If I were a YouTuber. I'm not trying to say, like, when I said, like, I'm not trying to say, you know what I mean? Like, rape is horrible, okay? Whether that happens to a guy or a girl, that shit's horrible, okay? Makes dope fucking art to look at, okay? I mean, but you know, but I think if you were a smart rapist, just like how it's like somebody that's not a YouTuber, that's like, if you were a smart YouTuber, you would have a dope camera and dope microphone, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to say that, yo, rape is good. Rape is horrible, okay? And the thing about rapists, you don't know who can be a rapist, okay? So it adds fear and distrust in everybody around you when every human is one, okay? But you don't know who's a rapist. You don't know who's gonna kidnap you, chloroform you, kidnap you, and then turn you into sex meat, okay? Into meat that's just for sex. I don't know, I'm just saying, like, I'm not trying to listen, Linda. Listen, Linda, okay? Listen, Linda, okay? I'm just saying, like, I didn't know, like, how the fuck, if you're a rapist, why would you get chloroform? How does anyone get chloroform? Why the fuck is chloroform readily accessible? Is it accessible through, like, the dark market? Is there, like, a group of assholes that, like, secretly rape girls and they have, like, secret raping devices or some shit? How does that shit work? And if you were a raper, like, would you be a raper that would be the type that would get away? If you were a rapist, would you be a rapist that would be the one that would get away with the rape? Or would you, like, just do it and then do the jail time, okay? Or would you be like a rapist that kidnaps people, that, you know what I mean? And just tries to make sure, like, and then kills them afterwards. Those types of rapists. Cause, like, you know what I mean? There's two different types of rapists, just like how there's two different types of YouTubers. I don't know why the fuck there's Oh, this is fucking dark as fuck. Holy shit, we're gonna get fucking banned. Oh shit. We're gonna get fucking banned. Oh my god. I just didn't know rapists use chloroform, okay? That's what I'm saying, okay? And another thing, you rape a, like, I'm trying to think about that, like, the reason why I'm saying this is because that new replica has like I think I said chloroform. I'm like, I didn't know rapists use chloroform or kidnappers use chloroform. I'm like, but there's like two different, like, I'm not condoning kidnapping. I'm not condoning kidnapping, okay? But I'm saying, if you were a kidnapper, would you be a kidnapper that would knock out the people you would kidnap, or would you just fucking grab them while they're still, like, if you were a kidnapper, right? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? God, these are like the darkest jokes. These are like the darkest fucking jokes ever. My neighbors, guys, my neighbors could hear me right now. My neighbors could hear me right now. Like, they're like, why the fuck is this kid talking about kidnapping and chloroform? You know what I mean? If you were a rapist or a kidnapper, there's two different types of rapists or kidnappers. There's a There's a kidnapper that would grab them right when they're, and not even knock them out, or there's a kidnapper that would knock them out. Like, and then there's a rapist that would rape the person and then do the time. Or there'll be the rapist that would try to kidnap people, run a rape ring. You know what I mean? Run a rape ring without anybody knowing, okay? And not get caught. You know what God, that's so fucking dark. That's so fucking dark. That is so fucking dark. A rape ring? Right? They run a rape ring? Right? They run a rape ring? Right? Like, it's like a rape ring where they don't, like, they try not to get caught. Like, they run like the biggest rape ring, like the secret rape ring, but like they don't want to let anybody know. Like,
getting kicked out by his wife. Okay, wait, what? Yeah.
wait, what?
Getting kicked out by his wife. Okay, wait, what? Yeah, this episode kind of starts with our main character thinking of a bunch of suicide attempts and spends the rest of the episode trying to get himself killed by Sylvester in what's apparently his first appearance.
This is Sylvester's first appearance? With a bird trying to kill himself because his wife kicked him out? Listen, okay, if that wife kicks the husband out, okay, that's because he ain't fucking her right, okay? And then she's looking for a better man with a better, you know, a better personality. You're not fucking her right, not fucking her right. That's crazy how, like, you're not fucking her right is like the most, like, rapist, it's like the most rapist thing ever.
Trying to get someone else to assist in their suicide. Maybe time has just been unfriendly to it, and this was once upon a time the funniest thing ever.
Oh, Invader Zim. Oh, is this the one where, like, Zim steals somebody's eyeballs or whatever, and this is the most disturbing? Or he, like, changes the eyeballs of somebody? Bro.
There's a reason this episode
If you were a shut the fuck up. I should shut the fuck up.
Basic plot is that Zim is going around stealing people's organs and replacing them with stuff. It's a classic alien plot, but that doesn't make it any
Right? If you were a rapist, there's two different types of rapists. There's a rapist that would rape somebody and then let them live, okay, with that trauma of them being raped. Or there's a rapist that would kill the person that they're raping after they're done raping them. Like, after they're done raping that person, they kill them afterwards, okay? Like, there's two different types of rapists, okay? Like... God, this is like the darkest humor ever. This is like the darkest humor. This is like the darkest humor ever. This is like the darkest. This is like the darkest humor. This is like the darkest humor ever. Oh my god.
You're a hideous blob of stolen organs. I've been working out.
Not to mention all the gross organs that we see spewing out. There are a bunch of kids getting attacked, and many moments of terrifying tension.
Terrifying tension. Oh my god, tension.
From imagery to concept, Dark Harvest is the most disturbing episode from a kid's cartoon. Also, it may have inspired Murderer or something.
You're full of organs, aren't you? Why, yes.
Yes, I am.
And you wouldn't notice if you were, say, missing.
Our childhoods were kind of fucked up sometimes, yep, basically. That was horrible. Top 10 worst Patrick's a Prick episode. Let's watch Patrick's a Prick. Or the episodes where Patrick's a prick.
What happened to you, man? Your stupidity was charming and funny. Now your stupidity is one of the most insufferable things that I have ever seen. I mean, there's flanderization, and then there's just being whatever the hell happened to you. Not only does it feel like you got hit in the head with a shovel about 50 times, but if that wasn't bad enough, you're now the biggest asshole this side of—
Getting hit in the head with the shovel about 50 times and then still surviving, man. The head trauma Patrick went through is still no match for the head trauma I went through, okay? Or the head trauma any football player in the NFL went through, or the head trauma a rape victim went through. I'll stop. Jesus Christ! Oh my God! What the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
Family Guy. You weren't always like
The head trauma, the Jesus.
best friend. Now it legitimately feels like you hate the guy, provided you can even feel emotions like hate. If SpongeBob doesn't understand morality, then you don't fucking—
Right, there's two different types of rapists. The rapists that would like beat up, that would physically abuse the person that they're raping, or the rapists that would leave them on the streets. Leave them on the streets after they got raped. Publicly humiliated.
care about it. Alright, I'm gonna make a couple of rules this time around. These are what I found to be the top
This is
10
horrible.
worst episodes of Patrick being either a stupid dumbass or a jerkish smartass, of his own volition. I am disqualifying episodes where there was a reasonable catalyst, like Driven to Tears and Rule of Dumb. I'm also disqualifying episodes that I've already reviewed, which are Stuck in the Ringer, Smooth Jazz at Bikini Bottom, Restraining SpongeBob, The Splinter, and of course, Pet Sitter Pat. If you want to see where they'd land, if you couldn't already guess, wait until the end. People saying that you wanted a Mr. Krabs torture porn. Be careful what you wish for.
He's like, so you said you wanted Mr. Krabs torture porn? Oh my God.
You just might get it. Yeah, to start off, we got an episode where Mr. Krabs gets all the torment. And you know what? They still managed to fuck it up. It starts during a slow day of the Krusty Krab when Patrick comes in, desperately needing a Krabby Patty. So Mr. Krabs decides to supply him with some Krabby Patties. Now, normally, what Mr. Krabs does is heinously evil or incredibly stupid, but trying to push your wares and expecting to be compensated for them isn't an immoral action. Apparently, the writers disagree with me. After Patrick eats a bunch of extra Krabby Patties, he's unable to pay for them because, you know, he doesn't have a job.
You said you can pay for it. I'm paying for it, all right.
Yeah, try pulling that one out at a real restaurant. See what happens. So, Mr. Krabs...
See what happens if you try to say that at a real restaurant. You'll get raped. You'll get chloroformed and raped by the people that work at the restaurant. Like they'll all like one at a time just start like beating your ass. Fucking hitting you. They fucking torture you physically, verbally. They cut off your limbs. They have sex with you even after all your limbs are cut off, okay? You're just like a torso.
Messes up everything. The bathroom, he eats all the hand soap.
You're just a torso with a...
He smashes the freezer. May I remind you that all Mr. Krabs wanted is to be paid for his merchandise. He wasn't...
Wait, what happened?
At a real restaurant. See what happens. So Mr. Krabs gets Patrick to work in order to make up for his bill. Guess what happens? Just guess. Yeah, you got it. Patrick messes up every little activity.
Patrick messes up.
He eats all the hand soap. Instead of putting ice cubes in a barrel, he smashes the freezer.
He destroyed many of the things I love.
May I remind you that all Mr. Krabs wanted is to be paid for his merchandise. He wasn't extorting any customers or doing anything illegal in this episode. The final job is tossing trash bags into a trash chute.
Mess this up. You'll never eat another Krabby Patty again.
Considering that Patrick isn't paying and destroying things, that isn't much of an overreaction.
Okie dokie, Mr. Krabs.
So Patrick starts shoving garbage into the trash compactor, but it won't go down. So SpongeBob comes in and tells him how to use it. Of course, Mr. Krabs told SpongeBob to put away some money, and as such, he brought the bag into the trash room. Guess what happens? Just guess. Yeah, Patrick tosses it into the compactor.
What a twist.
But instead of just destroying the money and ending the episode ambiguously, the thing explodes and destroys the whole restaurant. Then Mr. Krabs' money gets shredded in front of all of them. Yeah, that's how the show works. If you ask for a SpongeBob torture porn after the events of Boating Buddies...
This is SpongeBob torture porn? Oh my god, yes! Yay, torture porn for masochists, okay? Yay! I'm a masochist, I love torture porn, okay? Give it to me, torture porn. Torture porn.
And gone. If you ask for a Mr. Krabs torture porn, this is what you get. You see, these new writers don't understand that people generally don't
torture porn.
Innocence. I can't imagine why. Oh, I'm not going to make many friends.
Torture porn.
Alright, before you get up in arms, I don't have anything against pre-movie SpongeBob, and I never did. I consider it a good show.
Oh, Patrick in this episode? Yeah, Patrick in this episode, Patrick was a fucking asshole in this episode, bro.
Let's talk about it. It starts with Patrick panicking because his parents are coming to visit.
Well, Patrick, I came over to see if you wanted to go jellyfishing, but I can see you're busy having an episode.
And we're off to a pretty good start. No, really. The setup to this episode is very well handled. But sorry, I'm not going to pull any of my punches here.
Oh, fuck. I accidentally hit the wall. Are you shitting me?
If your parents think you're dumb, then they must not know what dumb really is.
Yeah, I'm still going with that response. So, SpongeBob decides to pretend to be stupid.
Patrick is really fucking dumb.
Sometime later, Patrick's parents come over and treat him like an idiot as per expected. Then we see some reinforcement that these guys think that Patrick is stupid. Like season 7 or season 8 stupid, not season 2 stupid. And finally,
like season 8, season...
Like an idiot, much to Patrick's delight. His enjoyment seems to be growing with each idiotic thing that SpongeBob does. Oh wait, it doesn't. He's at the exact same level of enjoyment, and that's this episode's main problem.
You should see him in the morning, prancing around yelling, Homer, Homer.
Hey, it's just like what SpongeBob usually does, or used to. Alright, here's my main problem with the episode.
Or used to. I like how he's like, that's what SpongeBob used to do. Yeah, what happened to SpongeBob, like, waking up in the morning yelling, I'm ready? Like, I don't know why they stopped doing that in SpongeBob. I just realized Mr. Enter just pointed that out. Something SpongeBob doesn't do. I'm like, holy shit, yeah, SpongeBob doesn't do that in later episodes. He doesn't do that, I'm ready, even in, like, later seasons. You watch, like, the early seasons, the first season, the I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. He runs to the Krusty Krab, like... That was a part of, I thought that was a part of SpongeBob. Thought that was, like, his catchphrase, or his... You know what I mean? How, like, Bart Simpson has, like, eat my shorts, or... You know, characters have, like, their unique things. Like... Bugs says, what's up, Doc? You know what I mean? Like, SpongeBob's I'm ready was, like, supposed to be, like, his what's up, Doc? You know what I mean? His, like...
It's just like what SpongeBob usually does, or used to. Alright, here's my main problem with the episode. There's almost no transition from Patrick enjoying SpongeBob's stupidity to him condescending to SpongeBob's stupidity. If Patrick kept slightly pushing his boundaries from the acceptable to the slightly hurtful to the very hurtful, this probably would have worked a lot better, but it goes right to Patrick doing the very hurtful.
SpongeBob, do you have any mascara I can borrow?
How does wearing makeup make you an idiot? Yes, I know that Patrick has completely forgotten the farce at this point, which means that if he actually did run into someone with lower intelligence to him, he'd probably act this way. SpongeBob tries to get Patrick back to reality, but only ends up failing.
People are always blissfully unaware of how dumb they really are.
Not exactly, but we'll get to that one when we get to that one. As for this episode, I find it far more mean-spirited than I find it funny. How do I want to put this? It kind of feels like Patrick being a hypocrite, if that's the word I'm looking for. Yeah, that's the joke, but it's way too malicious to someone who's only trying to help. SpongeBob tries to start over with Patrick's parents, and they end up thinking that Patrick taught him a bunch of stuff. Like, they suddenly think that Patrick's a genius. Once again, there's no transitions, and it comes across as jarring. Eventually, SpongeBob snaps and runs from the house.
When it comes to brightness, well, you're about 3 watt.
So now you think that Patrick is stupid again. Then we learn that these guys aren't Patrick's parents at all. They completely forgot that they didn't have a son because I guess they're idiots too. And now I'm squigged out. As for this episode, maybe if there's a more obvious transition to Patrick acting like a dick, it could have worked much better. But as it is, it's just too mean-spirited.
Wait, what does that say?
Could have worked much better.
Or if it didn't reveal how he would act to people more stupid than him.
It's just too mean-spirited. That being said, it's fucking Oscar-worthy compared to some of the choices further down the list.
Your brain is full of spiders, you've got tonic in your soul, Mr. Grinch.
I was unsure of whether or not to include this episode on the list.
Toy
Patrick acts like
Story,
an
dude.
asshole and does make the problem worse, but it isn't exactly the main problem with this episode. That's why I'm not putting shuffleboarding on the list for the record. But when we got to the climax,
Torture porn is like,
definitely
is like the worst.
However, unlike most of my
It's
other
like
choices, that's not the
that's like things for masochists.
episode. So let's talk about it. Let's start with the fact that it takes us 3 minutes to even get to the.
Yo. This might be the most deranged fantasy ever, but like, yo. I want an artist out there. If any artist is watching this live stream, I want an artist to draw like this art of like 2 people having sex, but they're forced to have sex by people holding guns at them that are ready to shoot them, and then they're crying while having sex. Like, bro, I want an artist to draw that shit, okay? I don't know why. I just thought of that fucked up fantasy in my head. Now I want some artist to draw that shit. I want an artist to draw that shit. Where it's like 2 people are crying while having sex because there's like a bunch of like gang members or whatever the fuck holding guns at them, like forcing them. Like, I just thought of that in my head. I want somebody to draw that. If any artist is watching this, somebody should draw that, okay? Draw that shit.
toy store of doom. In the meantime, get SpongeBob and Patrick rattling off a bunch of things that they're not going to do this episode, and it's revealed that they're doing it in Squidward's house.
Squidward's house.
And they go wandering. This is another segment of nothing of substance happening. I'm complaining that they can't fill up 22 minutes, and here they are unable to fill in 11 minutes. Some signs appear, and this leads them to the toy store, or so they think. When they get there, they find out that it's not open yet. Don't worry, I'll get to the relentless crying at some point down the road. There are a shit ton more episodes to elaborate on that beast later. Eventually, a construction worker brings the toy barrel and throws them inside, making this scene totally pointless. So for the rest of this episode, we're gonna start
making this scene totally pointless.
Everything worse. You know, I don't get why these new songs tend to be sung so horribly. I mean, Tom Kenny has sung fairly well as SpongeBob in the past, and even in modern SpongeBob, there are sometimes he's pretty spot on.
Never give up. Don't ever give up. We can't let Mr. Krabs go bankrupt. We must keep busy, never giving up.
It's almost like they're trying to make it horribly off-key on purpose. They vow never to leave the toy store, but unfortunately for that plan, it's now closing time.
What part of never don't you understand?
There we go. Patrick convinces SpongeBob to go and hide, so they won't get kicked out. Of course, SpongeBob, being the naive sot that he is, decides to go along with it after minimal convincing. After security passes by, they decide to have some fun in the toy store. That is until the lights go out. So Patrick decides to use his night vision. He got it when he stuck a flashlight in his ear. Then we see that Patrick literally doesn't have a brain whatsoever. At one point he did, guys. At one point he did. The batteries die out, rendering that scene completely pointless.
At one point, Patrick did have a brain, exactly.
I must state for the record that we're about 9 minutes into the episode, and the of doom of the title is finally coming into play. If you want to do this plot correctly, like Rugrats did, you're going to need to have your main characters get here quicker. Barring that, trim the fat and turn it into one of those season 5 shorts. They hear some stomping and run for it. They finally decide.
Oh yeah, the season 5 short episodes.
Eventually, they hear some stomping and run for it. Barring that, trim the fat and turn it into one of those season 5 shorts. Eventually, they hear some stomping and run for it.
No, sorry, Squidward's getting fucked up. Oh my god.
Run for it. They finally decide. Their assailant turns out to be the robot who Patrick wound up earlier. Are they playing some kind of game, or are they really that stupid? The episode didn't exactly make that clear. Instead, it wanted to focus on, yeah.
I know. I'm an interesting guy.
I'm sure that Vlad the Impaler was an interesting guy, too. The robot stops dead and
Vlad the Impaler was an interesting guy.
And with no prompting, decides to wind it up again. Patrick and SpongeBob run out of the store, and since it's now daytime, their eyes burn. Then Patrick, realizing the toy store is open, runs back inside.
Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr.
Mr. Grinch.
Let's try teaching the fat bastard karate. The episode starts with SpongeBob making Gary a pineapple, and considering that he lives in one, that's kind of confusing. Anyway, it gets lodged in SpongeBob's throat. So he begins choking. Patrick comes in, and it actually takes him a minute to figure out that there's something wrong with SpongeBob. You'll never guess how he saves him. By punching him in the chest. Wonder what Patrick would do if he had an open wound. Grateful that his life
I wonder what Patrick would do if he had an open wound.
So Patrick wants to learn how to do karate. This can only end so
Patrick has an open wound? Where's the open wound?
Oh well.
If I recall correctly, I seem to remember saving your life a few minutes ago.
You know, most people wouldn't demand that the favor be returned.
I also remember you saying if there's anything you can do to return the favor, to let you know.
Smart ass.
What was that? Remember that one live stream? I don't know if anybody remembers this, but like on a live stream. I'm not raping anybody. The only person I'm raping is myself. I'm not raping anybody. The only person I'm raping is myself.
SpongeBob relents and agrees to teach Patrick.
Comes responsibility.
We'll see how that ends up. The training begins. It amounts to some weak gags and the destruction of
Weak gags.
After a short while, SpongeBob says that Patrick is unteachable, despite
Gag on my sack. Slop on my knob, gag on my sack. Like an out of touch rapist, an out of touch rapist that like says memes from like outdated memes. And while the girl's getting raped, she's being tortured because she's like hearing like outdated, unfunny memes. Rape is already torture. Rape is already torture. Rape is already torture, but she's getting even more tortured. Like she's getting more tortured with like the rapist saying unfunny memes, unfunny old memes.
The fact that Patrick is unteachable, he only screwed up 2 exercises. You're a terrible teacher if you give up after only 2 failures. In his rage, Patrick chops through some cinder block and does
Some
it
cinder
perfectly.
block.
Solid cinder, you're a natural, a karate genius.
Now, 5
Clean karate chop through solid cinder.
Natural, a karate genius.
Now, 5 seconds ago, you said he was unteachable. Make up your damn mind. Then Patrick chops through a sword. Then he chops through an abandoned steamboat. Next, he's about to chop a baby. Wait, what?
He's gonna chop a baby.
Joke as SpongeBob stops him, but Jesus Christ! There are some lines you don't cross, and suggesting that one of your main characters is about to mutilate an infant is one of them. SpongeBob tells Patrick not to.
Yeah, they're gonna mutilate an
Comes
infant.
naturally to most people. Then immediately after this warning, SpongeBob goes to work. You can guess what happens next. Patrick chops out some hot dogs. This scene is totally pointless. A smart writer would have used
Imagine you impregnate a woman and then you have like a really loving relationship with that woman and then later on that baby and then that baby just for that baby to then get mutilated by fucking Patrick doing a karate chop on the stroller of that baby. Like
carried away. Just 5 seconds of nothing. Patrick goes down.
and then Patrick chloroforms the lady that's pushing the stroller and then rapes the baby or uses the baby's blood as lube when he's raping the baby. I'll stop.
The door. Beginning to get carried away.
Oh, I'm becoming insane.
Patrick goes down to the Krusty Krab and chops open the door. He orders some food and chops it up. When SpongeBob tries to talk to Patrick, he gets offended and leaves. Patrick exits the building by chopping through the window. Next, Patrick goes to the ice cream shop. When he tries to pay for all the ice cream in the building with a lollipop, they obviously refuse. Angered, Patrick chops the counter to steal the ice cream and chops the eggs to get out. He goes up to some guy eating and chops his meal for no good reason. He chops up an arcade machine and presumably a bunch of other stuff. The light guard from Sandcastles in the Sand comes into the Krusty Krab and tells SpongeBob that there's a mad chopper on the loose. This prompts SpongeBob to see if he can stop Patrick. All it seems to take is a little talk, but it seems that Patrick can't stop chopping, so his hand leads him to the bargain mart. I said with I'm Stupid that the episode should have ended with Patrick losing control of the situation, but it doesn't really work if you say that there's another force causing these destructive actions. That allows Patrick to short.
What if a virgin lost her virginity to a rapist? Oh fuck.
Responsibility. He was clearly chopping things of his own volition earlier, and Patrick's hand is still a part of Patrick. Eventually, he chops down the entire bargain mart and thinks that he crushed SpongeBob when he comes.
Oh, bro. Oh my god.
Across the store brand sponge. It turns out that that's not SpongeBob, but SpongeBob really was crushed. I love it how he's crying harder and more convincing when the toy store wasn't open yet. Yeah, these heart-wrenching scenes don't really work if you have the characters cry at every single opportunity. Patrick moves his hand and tears it off. Alright, so it's the
These heart-wrenching scenes don't really work when the characters cry all the time.
tears it off. Alright, so it's the hand's fault that everything was destroyed.
Exactly, if somebody's crying for a bullshit reason, then you don't feel them. If somebody's crying and you actually feel it, then that's how you know, like, that's how you know they're crying for a good reason. Like if somebody's getting raped, then they're crying, like Oh, shut up. I'll shut the fuck up.
Opportunity. Patrick blames his hand and tears it off. Alright, so it's the hand's fault that everything was destroyed. If Patrick was on steroids and this whole fiasco was the cause of roid rage, who would you blame? The guy taking drugs or the drugs themselves? There may have been a point in this episode where Patrick wasn't in control of his actions, but what happened before then was enough for this episode to make the cut, so to speak. Patrick actually decides to make up for what he did, and I would have given this episode points, if not for the ending. Apparently, now there's another Patrick that grew from that arm. This new Patrick is intent on chopping into things, and we're just going to ignore that, apparently.
It doesn't make any sense. Weird. Doesn't make any sense at all.
Top 10 list, I marathoned the entirety of Season 8 in order to find some Squidward torture points that I might have missed, as I originally gave up on the series.
Oh my god, that Squidward episode where you got a restraining order, that's literally like the greatest torture porn ever.
And Season 8 pretty much shows Patrick at his absolute worst, and so much to the point where it's a running theme. Restraining SpongeBob, Smooch as a Bikini Bottom, and Pet Sitter Pat are all from Season 8. And a large chunk of this list is also from Season 8, starting with Patrick's Staycation. This episode was part of the Season 8 ratings trap. Everyone knows that Season 7's was the Legends of Bikini Bottom series that supposedly told of fantastical and cataclysmic things. Do you know what Season 8's was about? The entire main cast having a fucking vacation, and each of them got their own episode about it. If Patrick's isn't the worst out of all of them, it's at least up there. While Mr. Krabs has a vacation and Walking the Plankton were just dull, and SquarePants Family Vacation has a little bit of everything terrible, Patrick's Staycation is... well, let's find out. Each of these episodes starts with the characters placing their vacation slides in a slide wheel, which you wouldn't know unless you watched SquarePants Family Vacation first. Patrick ends up breaking it and decides to use shadow puppets to show what was going on. You know, if they stuck with the shadow puppets, this episode probably would have been better. The episode really starts with SpongeBob coming to check on Patrick. He's apparently so burned out from doing nothing all day and desperately needs a vacation.
I've been waking up, eating, sleeping, waking up, eating, sleeping for my whole life without a rest!
The only way to take a break from that is to starve to death. Yes, Patrick, you desperately need a vacation.
Starve to death?
Go to a travel agency, but get kicked out because Patrick doesn't have any money. This gives SpongeBob the idea to give Patrick a staycation. Remember my problems with I'm with Stupid? This episode is going to repeat those problems, bring them to the forefront, and do them 10 times worse. Patrick goes into his home to find out that SpongeBob has turned it into a hotel. As soon as Patrick gets into his room, he wants the entire place rearranged to that. Then when everything collapses, he wants everything back to the way it was. Next, SpongeBob shows Patrick the pool, which in reality is just the bathtub. This can only end so well.
Diving board.
You do realize that this isn't a hotel, and you're kind of taking advantage of your best friend's charity, right? SpongeBob builds the diving board, and Patrick bangs his head on the side of the bathtub in a kind of gruesome display. It's not funny, and it leads to Patrick drowning in the bathtub.
Oh, God.
SpongeBob takes the sweet time to dress up like a lifeguard, stop in front of the bathtub, and blow his whistle. Then he pulls his drowning best friend out of the bathtub.
CPR. Candy, peppermint resuscitation.
Or, you know, the hospital.
Or, you know, the hospital.
Candy Cane completely ignores Patrick's head trauma and makes him feel more hungry. SpongeBob begins making a Krabby Patty, and Mr. Krabs makes a cameo. The sole reason is the writers want to show us that Mr. Krabs is cheap. Could you imagine if Mr. Krabs did that every time SpongeBob tried to make a Krabby Patty in the pre-movie era?
Where's the entertainment?
Wow, you're an asshole. SpongeBob's making you a meal, and you're demanding to be entertained on top of that, despite the fact that there are some actual resorts that they don't have entertainment at their restaurants.
The SpongeBob Follies.
No, thank you, I've seen quite enough. While SpongeBob tries to entertain Patrick, the grill catches on fire. Smoke leads Patrick away, and a nicer smell leads him to Squidward's house. Now Patrick thinks that Squidward's house is a resort, and starts eating his food.
That's just where I was standing out and dumb. This place is awesome!
Yeah, what makes this episode fall apart is how fucking ungrateful Patrick is. His asshole behavior is not funny. It was never funny, and it's certainly not funny here. When Squidward tells Patrick to get out of his house, he decides that he wants to go to the resort spa. While Squidward tries to bring Patrick down to reality, we see that SpongeBob is giving Patrick a massage. Squidward, deciding that he can't beat him, pushes Patrick over and steals his massage. Hey, they actually managed to pull a funny moment out of this episode. That's shocking. When SpongeBob finishes, it's nighttime. He tries to go to bed, but Patrick thinks that SpongeBob's house is a resort. SpongeBob sleeps at Mr. Krabs' house, and then the episode ends. Okay then.
Your brain is full of spiders. You've got garlic in your soul, Mr. Grinch.
Our next episode on the list is a special kind of insulting, delving into what the writers of SpongeBob think is deserving of critical praise. You can tell a lot about a writer by how they choose to portray critics in their work, and this episode kinda shows why. The episode starts with Squidward rolling out one of his works of art. Since Squidward made it and the universe hates him, it doesn't matter what's under that tub. It's going to be panned. Meanwhile, Patrick and SpongeBob are making arts and crafts. Patrick starts crying, once again, more than he did when he thought SpongeBob was crushed, because he can't make art. Well, I suppose it's better than making crap and thinking it's art. SpongeBob tells Patrick to take off. Can't make art. Well, I suppose it's better than making crap and thinking it's art. SpongeBob tells Patrick to take a rock and put googly eyes on it. In turn, Patrick creates an accurate model of the Dungeons and Dragons Gathering piece. Just kidding, he actually makes something more than a mess. However, they both think it's still way ahead of Patrick's honest.
The miserable conehead. I'm not really doing dishes.